information, encoded some data and information into unreadables to third person. And na hii mara nyingi inakusudiwa kuna two things ambayo inakuwa ni communication between sender and the receivers. Wewe kama ni sender unataka kutuma information kwa receiver na unataka mtu wakati asiweze kuisoma ile message yako au information zako, ndio tunatumia words encryption kwa ajili ya kuhide au kutoa kodi ya zile information ili ziende kwa yule only person ambaye amekusudiwa kupata zile information. Kwa hiyo actually encryption is very essential for protecting sensitive information ambayo ita ensure data those with correct key wanaweza kupata zile information. Yani data inaweza kutoka kwa mtu mmoja kwenda kwa another person au kwa one person kwenda katika group la person na wote ukawapatia kodi kwa ajili ya kuisoma ile information yako au data. Na hii ni a diagram ambayo inaonyesha how encryption works in simple way. Mbele tutaangalia kuna types za encryption, lakini hii ni general. Bila shaka kuna source ambao ni sender na vile vile kuna receiver. For example, sender ametuma hello world ambao hii tunaita ni plain text. Sasa ukitaka kwamba middle person asisome hii message yako imfikie yule mlengwa, yani ni receiver, unatakiwa kutumia mechanism encryptions whatever key au kodi kwa ajili ya kufikisha information, na before receiver ku read zile information anatakiwa kutumia zile passcode ambazo umempatia kwa ajili ya kuopen information. Na encryption tunaitumia kwa ajili ya kuhide au kuprotect personal data and information, na mara nyingi zina remain confidential and secure from breaches, yani third party. Mbele tutakuja kuangalia kesi ngapi zimetokezea kuhusiana na information ambazo haziko secure, and also inaangalia katika secure communication ambayo ina protect mara nyingi integrity ya communication from whatever government bodies or private NGOs to everyday digital device. Na encryption uko mbele tutakuja kuangalia inatumika either katika information na data, na imeenda mbali zaidi tunaweza kutumia also encryption kwa kutumia digital devices. Why we use encryption? Because it helps protect privacy information as kama vile tunavyofahamu kwamba data ni rasilimali muhimu sana duniani. Without data au data yako ikiwa haiko secure, inamaanisha kwamba hata katika digital economy, utumiaji na vitu kama hivyo havina maana tena, kwa sababu itakuwa everyone anajua siri zako na huwezi kuendelea nazo. Kwa hiyo mara nyingi ina protect private information, sensitive data, and can enhance security of communication between client and servers. Na mara nyingi tunazitumia zile security issues 4 ambazo mara nyingi ina deal in order to protect our data we need authentication, ambao hii mara nyingi ina protect personal issues. For example, everyone now tunatumia mobile phone, tunaweka password kwa ajili ya mtu mwingine asiweze kuzifungua zile information, na wengine wanaenda mbali na device, lakini also kila folder unaweza kuweka password au zile encryption kwa ajili ya mtu mwingine asinini. Na also inadili katika privacy, mara nyingi inakuwa ni confidential for private information, na integrity mara nyingi ina ensure a document or file has not been altered by someone else au an authorized person, na vile vile tunadili katika accountability ambayo ina prevent denial or plagiarism of the information. Kwa hiyo tukiangalia katika ulimwengu wa kawaida, real application everywhere, if you use digital information tunatumia encryption. Kwa mfano katika banking system we use that one. Katika ukitransfer information from the world wide web through the internet, emailing, zote tunatumia hizo encryption kwa ajili ya kulinda zile information zetu. Na next slide hapa nitaelezea kidogo tu types za encryption. Basically zipo hizi mbili ndio main type of encryption ambao mara nyingi uko mbele tutakuja kudiscuss. Yes. This one. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, okay. To reserve question here. Tunafanya discussion. Yeah. Sawa, nadhani unaweza kuinote alafu baadaye tuka discuss baadaye. Yeah, yes. Okay. Okay, so these are his main types of encryption ambao ni schematic encryption na vile semantic encryption. Cosmetic encryption mara nyingi when you send information we use the same key between sender and the receiver. Kwa hiyo for example you can use code ABCD, una send information in order to read that message please use that code. Na asymmetric information kama inavyoonekana hapa just inakuwa ni same key ambayo inatumika kwa sender na vile receivers. Lakini katika asymmetric encryption hii ina uses pair of keys, sometimes inakuwa ni 2 au 3 na mara nyingi tunakuwa tunatumia private and public key. You can use information by public key kama unataka kusend information kati ya group of person. Halafu na vile every one person unaweza kumpa single code kwa ajili ya kuread that information. Lakini ukiangalia katika advantage asymmetric encryption iko very strong, lakini mara nyingi inahitaji more technical issues na resources ambayo symmetric inakuwa ni simple kwa sababu hata katika inakuwa faster and simpler katika implementation, lakini asymmetric inakuwa ni very complicated. Kwa hiyo whatever we'll choose which one, tunaweza combine both, inategemea na environment ya information ambazo nataka kwenda kuzinini. Sasa slide hapa just tutaangalia legal and ethical aspects. Kwa mfano tunaangalia katika legal and ethical consideration ambazo zipo. Mara nyingi encryption tuna deals na privacy and securities ambayo ina balance between individual privacy rights and with law enforcement. Kama tunavyofahamu sasa hivi tuna ile Tanzania personal X, tutakuja kuidiscuss baadaye na vipi inaweza kutusaidia hapa. Na tunaangalia mara nyingi katika protecting citizen right in the digital age ambayo ina require encryption practice, na hapa nimeonyesha tu relationship baina ya ethical and legal issues katika hizi issues in information securities. Kwa hiyo tukiangalia katika ethical issues kuna vitu kama privacy, access right, prevention of laws, piracy, copyright, patent and trade secret. Lakini katika legal issues mara nyingi tunaangalia na zile contract ambao violating contract au negligence of contract, ambazo hizi also ni issues zinahitaji katika hizo legal and ethical inspection wakati tuna implement hizo security issues katika company organizations zetu. Hapa nimeweka statement katika public policies. Mara nyingi encryption has a strong link with the human rights. There are 4 laws and the policy that regulate its use. It is widely recognized as a tool which enable individual to enjoy and exercise a number of human right. Hata hivyo kama tulivyosema whatever encryption, lakini pia kuna human right pia tunatakiwa kuiconsider about that one. Na whatever ni privacy na public institution or public information, kuna vitu vili tofauti. Inawezekana kama information za kwa personally na information za public also kuna vitu viwili, but especially the right to privacy and the freedom of expression. Kwa hiyo tukiangalia katika encryption in public policies, mara nyingi tunaangalia katika current policies zinasema nini. Kwa mfano katika overview of existing policy, kwa mfano kuna policy hapa zina sometime katika locally katika nchi yetu Tanzania, je, zipo policies na zinasema nini, na je zinatosheleza vipi, tunataka kuziboresha, na vile tunatakiwa kwamba zisigongane na international policies za encryption also regulatory affected. Pia hizi zinakuwa tukitaka kufanya information privacy tunatakiwa kubalance. Na also katika issue ya impact security and privacy, how this policy influence national security and individually privacy rights. Kwa hiyo mbele tutakuja kuzimention, halafu tutaangalia vipi zinafanya kazi na kama zinatosheleza au tunataka kuziboresha. Kama hii workshop ya Policymakers of stakeholder, tutaangalia njia gani tunaweza kufanya. Lakini tukiangalia some encryption implementation, encryption inaweza kuwa na challenge au zipo challenge existing. Mara nyingi zina face hizi katika policy makers. Kwanza ni backdoors, the risk and the controversies surrounding government access to encrypted data. Hii inachukuliwa kama ni challenge. Na challenge nyingine ambayo inafanya encryption kuwa hard to implement inakuwa ni balancing act, ambayo na navigating need of national security and privacy advocates. Hii also inakuwa ni some challenge in order to implement that one. Na upande mwingine tunaweza kuangalia katika globally cooperation. Hizi policy na regulation zina vary widely across country with country, ambazo zinatofautiana baina ya nchi na nchi, na vile vile na kuna zile international digital security ambazo tunatakiwa kuziconsider, ambazo also hizi zina deals katika mambo ya company and global communication. Kuna different platforms, na mbele tutakuja kuangalia kuna website moja tunaweza kuangalia ambazo wana introduce hizi a lot of encryption platforms. Na challenge nyingine ni kuangalia ni good idea maybe to implement that securities or encryption issues, lakini resources constraints, ambayo in order to implement inahitaji mara nyingi sometime ina require adequate resources, kwa mfano funding, expertise, and as I said before, pia tunaangalia na infrastructures. Infrastructures zina support hiyo mechanism au hazi support. Inawezekana umeweka lakini ziko weak, na kuna nyingine ziko strong. This is hapa nimeonyesha tu case study, yani lack of encryptions. Hii ni kama kuna lack of encryption, bila shaka kutatokezea na attacks nyingi sana. Kwa hiyo na as attack kama nilivyosema mwanzo, information or data ni very sensitive, ambao ni rich. Yani watu wanafanya everything kuiba information kwa ajili ya kujinini. Hili ni diagram ambalo limeonyeshwa hizi attack, ambazo ukiangalia katika mwaka 2000 hapa kuna different countries zimetokezea attack, lakini ukiangalia USA walikuwa wana case 156 ambazo ni nyingi. Kwa information zao mara nyingi zimekuwa attacked, ambao wametumia either weak encryption mechanism au some information zilikuwa hazina encryption yoyote. Na ukiangalia katika nchi nyingine kama zinavyoonekana, na tuangalie encryption, ikiwa weak encryption inasababisha nini katika laws ya government, individual wanasema by 2025 cybercrime is expected to cost the global economy about $10 trillion 10.5, ambayo hii almost 20 million every minute itakosti ikiwa information zetu haziko more secure. Kwa hiyo katika right word encryption, na hapa kuna kesi tu, kwa mfano katika mwaka 2016 ilikuwa kuna some kind of contravention between the Apple's na company na FBI. Wao walikuwa wanahitaji information, FBI walikuwa wanahitaji information from the someones ambao wamefanya mambo ya hizo attacks, na wakahitaji kuread au kufollow zile simu yake ya iPhone. Kwa hiyo kuna big collision between these two companies. Sasa pia tunaweza kuangalia kwamba je, kuna right of encryption, lakini hizi international laws na kila moja na kampuni na laws zake zina apply vipi hapa na zinakwamisha vipi katika implementation mechanism. Kwa hiyo tukiangalia hapa tutakuja kuangalia what lesson can be learned from this case in terms of policy development. Maybe kampuni moja ina develop that policies, lakini kampuni nyingine inataka kutumia maybe information za someone, lakini wao wana policy zao. Je, wanatakiwa wavunje zile policy au wafuate policy ya country au international? Na hapa nimeonyesha tu kuna website moja inaitwa Information Week ambao hapa mara nyingi wanatoa update za hizo encryption issues, na walifanya research kwamba wakagundua, for example, kuna site 500 site walizofanya survey, 2/3 reported encryption to protect yani wame implement mechanism ya encryption kwa ajili ya kuprotect companies data. Lakini of the 500 companies surveyed, 43 of them use encryption both stored and transmission, kwa sababu encryption inaangalia katika pati mbili. Kwanza moja unaangalia katika ile data ambayo umeihifadhi wewe mwenyewe ni stand alone, au ile data ambayo una transfer. Pia tuangalie both side. Yani inawezekana kwamba una strong mechanism ya inside, lakini data yako ukitoa hapa kuipeleka hapo tu, inamaanisha kwamba someone anaweza kuiattack. Kwa hiyo pia tuangalie mechanism katika both way. Kwa hiyo ukiangalia hizi kampuni nyingine zote hazikuwa na mechanism ya kustore data zile katika two side. More than 3 out of 5 company encrypted due to the threat of outsider. Wamefanya hivyo kutokana na kuna outsiders ambao wanataka kuiba zile data. Na 28% of site surveyed government regularly require encryption of stored and transmitted data, na wamegundua kwamba 38% of company zina complex of technology is abstract, yani ile wana nia ya kufanya ile encryption mechanism, lakini wamegundua technology ilikuwa ni barren. Sasa kuna katika hii also katika Information Week research ya ambao encryption, wao wanaangalia kuna future for encryption, nini kitatokezea, kwa sababu kama tunavyofahamu, yani technology, digital technology ni binadamu ambao tunaitengeneza, tunavumbua, na ukivumbua hivi inamaanisha kwamba siku ya pili wao wana break, inamaanisha lazima tuwe na new technology kwa ajili ya kunini. Kwa mfano ukiangalia emerging technology, hii ni idea ambayo inafikiriwa zaidi kwa ajili ya implementation ya kuweka more secure the information kwa ajili ya encryption mechanism, na vile vile tunaangalia how evolving encryption method might impact public policy, na kuna kitu kinaitwa homomorphic encryption ambao hii tunaangalia kama ni future encryption. Also we can think about this one in future, tukitaka kuweka kampuni zetu, universities, government institution, private and so on, tunaweza kufikiria kwa njia hii hapa. Pale mwanzo nimesema kwamba now encryption, yani ukitaka kutoa information from one side to another, yani mtu wa pili akitaka kuanalyze information lazima ana decrypt information, halafu ndipo anafanya mechanism, halafu ndipo anaweza kuiread. Lakini hii technology ambayo itakuwa implemented soon, wanasema kwamba information hata kama iko secure, ukisend katika another company anaweza kuianalyze wakati iko secured without encrypted. Inamaanisha kwamba ikija kwako inakuwa decrypted, lakini hii atafanya mechanism information ikiwa still iko encrypted. Inamaanisha kwamba hapa also itakuwa ni mechanism nyingine ya kuongeza security. Kwa hiyo hii technology ni kubwa sana, kama tunavyoona kwamba this is data owners ana send information for data manipulation, huyu ana encrypt information, anafanya analyze information wakati information iko still encrypted. Lakini once user akitaka kuread anafanya decrypted, kwa sababu key just anakuwa anayo yeye tu hapa, hawezi kushare kwa mtu mwingine, na information zote zinafanyika kwa nini. Okay, let us say conclude. My conclusion is encryption is a critical role in digital security, in safeguarding freedom and securing data. Kwa hiyo there's no doubt that encryption has enabled our digital economy, security, everything from online commerce, financial transaction, connected devices, and more. Implementing security is crucial to compliance, ensuring the security handling of sensitive data in line with the established protocol locally and internationally, as I said before. Now we are called for action, the stakeholder, including policymakers and the expert, to stay ahead of these technological advances and unlocking the digital security in our country, Tanzania. And why we call for these policymakers? Because there's a lack of cyber literacy and education that comprising national security option. They need technical literacy. Namesha kwamba ipo, lakini most of the people they are not aware whatever. Our education inawezekana wako aware, lakini education haiko vizuri. Kwa hiyo tuna call for this workshop in order to discuss together the best method just to implement encryption in our country. So for these few words, I back to you. Thank you for your listening, and now we can call for discussion. Mr. Nazar, he'll hand it for discussion, and then.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Haji, for your introduction to encryption. Now I think I am going to open this floor for questions. Also, if we have a contribution, you are welcome. Karibuni sana. Nadhani tutaanza na ile swali la Vodacom ambalo aliuliza. Maybe he can ask the question again. Karibu.
Asante. Thank you for the presentation. I'm a lawyer by background, and that's the basis of my question, that when we refer to the law, it speaks about cryptography. But the way you're explaining about encryption, it relates to cryptography. So I just wanted to know the difference between the two. Thank you.
Are you going to bring all the questions that we are going to ask as we come?
Anyone? Okay.
Just for an elaboration, may you please elaborate more on homomorphic encryption?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to get a background on that.
He need more meat on homomorphic encryption. Anyone else? I think you can, as the people continue to form questions in their minds, I think you can continue with answering those two questions first. Karibu.
Very much. I will start with the cryptology, right? Example of real cryptology application. Actually, there's a big relationship between encryption and the cryptology. Encryption is just a mechanism, and cryptology, just like the method, how to secure the information, how in communication process within the cryptography. But cryptology, encryption is a main. Cryptology just is a sub-main or method just to make the information secure communication between the information. There's big relationship between cryptology and encryption. So when you talk about encryption, and also cryptology is a part of encryption.
So in other words, you are saying that cryptology is a subset.
Is a subset of encryption.
Of encryption.
Yes, is some kind of application only for encryption. And about the homomorphic this technology, as I said, there are two main types of encryption. That is main. Maybe there are more semantic and the asymmetric information. But both semantic and semantic information, when you send information from someone to another, in order to read your message, he need key. To decrypt. For example, I send a code to you. In order to open this message, please just write 1XB. And someone here in the middle, if I said 1XB, maybe he does not understand. But the message is receiving to you, ikifika kwa wewe, inamaanisha kwamba unaweza kutumia ile code kwa ajili ya ku open the information. Unajua kama information gani. Assume nimekutumia information 3. Na every information ina different codes. Kwa hiyo lazima ukitaka ku read information utumie encryption key, decrypt information in order to read. But homomorphic technology, hata nikituma information kwako wewe, naweza nisikupe code, wewe ukatumia information kwa ajili ya kuanalyze, kupata data zako na nyingine, lakini unaweza kufanya vitu vyako without decrypted the information. Kwa mfano, tuchukue mfano mdogo tu. Inawezekana kwamba mimi ni private companies. Private company, government imehitaji information from me. Lakini mimi information zangu sitaki kuwa disclosed for anyone else. Wao wanahitaji some portion tu kuziona information. I can send to them. Wanaweza kufanya information zao wanazohitaji whatever without reading my information. Kwa hiyo nikitaka kujua information zangu inamaanisha kwamba mimi nakuja information zangu natumia key yangu naweza kuziread mwenyewe without giving them the key. Hiyo ndio maana homomorphic information ambayo itakuwa ni more secure information. Kwa mfano mzuri also tujalie kwamba kuna wizi umetokezea mfano katika mashirika ya simu. Sasa mimi ni telephone owners. Taarifa zangu za wateja zote ninazo mimi. Najua everyone. Nikifungua tu katika nini yangu najua kwamba fulani particular zako hivi. Lakini kuna someone else government wanahitaji general information kujua tu watumiaji wa simu na nini. Naweza kuwapatia information lakini wao nisiwapatie zile keys zako za kufungua information kujua Joseph na particular zake na someone. Anaweza kuwa na general. Akafanya analysis kwa what he need and then information zangu akanirudisha mwenyewe nikatumia key yangu kwa ajili ya kunini. So that is a technology ambayo inaangaliwa sasa hivi kwamba you can send information, you can use whatever you want kwa according to my information, but huwezi kuzitumia yani detail, huwezi kuread detail my information. Ambayo hii inaonekana kwamba itajaribu kuzuia wale attack. Attack anaweza kuhack information, akazi hold information. I have your information, but hawezi kuziread. Hawezi kujua nini ndani yake information zipo. Hiyo ndio technology ambayo. Lakini sasa hivi ukitumia zote semantic na semantic ndio maana utakuta hackers wana steal information za benki alafu wanatumia kwa matumizi yao mengine. Lakini uko mbele anaweza kuziiba lakini asizijue jinsi ya kuzitumia. Hiyo ndio inafikiriwa. Na hii wanasema kwamba itakuwa implemented from 2025. Nimeangalia katika ile information with ndio anaangalia sana kuiangalia hii new technologies. Sana.
Kama utakuwa kuna swali au moja yoyote
Nashukuru sana. Nilikuwa naomba niwachokoze ndugu zangu kutokea serikalini hapa. Nimesikia kuna wakilishi kutoka data protection na Wizara ya Mawasiliano. Sasa kwa vile tuko kwenye chumba kimoja na hii ni seminar inamaanisha tutadiscuss kidogo, tupeane mwangaza. So sheria yetu sisi ya electronic transaction inazuia mtu yote kudili na mambo ya cryptography bila kupata leseni kutokea wizarani. Na sheria pia inasema kwamba Wizara ya Mawasiliano itamwappointi mtu ambaye atakuwa ni regulator anayedili na mambo ya cryptography ambaye ndo atakuwa ni licensing body. Sasa kiuchokozi tu kama tunazungumzia kuhusu encryption na cryptography, umesema ni mojawapo ya vitu ambavyo vinadili na mambo ya encryption. Sasa wizara je, imeshatekeleza hilo? Na kama bado, encryption au hizi cryptography zinazofanyika sasa hivi zinafanyika kwa mujibu wa sheria ipi? Na ni organi gani au institution gani ambayo inadili nayo katika ulinzi wa hizi taarifa zetu? Asante.
Wakili msomi, naona umechokoza kweli kweli. Sijui nikupe mic ujibu? Nikupe?
Kweli swali la kutoka kwa wakili msomi. Mi sio mwanasheria, I'm a technical person. Kwa ninachokifahamu kwenye hii habari ya encryption, cryptography kwa upande wa government, mawasiliano kwenye upande wa government lazima ile communication inakuwa encrypted kwa ajili ya issue ya security. Lakini tukienda kwenye police, wakati tunaendelea hapa nikajaribu kufungua ICT police. maana hii mambo yanaenda kwenye mambo ya ICT policy. Nimejaribu kuangalia ile policy ambayo imeisha muda wake na saizi review inafanyika. Mambo ya encryption yalikuwa hayapo included kwenye ICT policy, lakini kwa hii policy ambayo inafanywa review saizi na ile draft, nafikiri kuna mahali walishare hii encryption imekuwa included. Na kwa upande wa government tu, initiative ambayo inafanyika kwa sasa hivi ni kuanzisha National Public Key Infrastructure. Nafikiri mtakuwa inawezekana mnakuwa mmeisikia au yote hii ni kwa ajili ya kusecure ile communications ambazo zinafanyika. Kwa hiyo kwa upande wa initiatives ambazo zinafanyika kwenye ile eneo la encryption ndo hiyo kwenye policy imekuwa included, alafu pia kunatengenezwa ile National Public Key Infrastructure. Kama Dr. alivyokuwa anaelezea kwenye encryption kuna symmetric na symmetric. Kwa kwenye public key kwa nchi yetu hatukuwa nayo. Tulikuwa tunategemea hata kununua zile digital certificate kutoka nje. Lakini kwa sasa hivi kwa ile infrastructure ambayo inatengenezwa, hata zile digital certificate kwa ajili ya kusecure information zetu tunapokuwa online, tutakuwa tunazipata hapa kwetu. Kwa hiyo hizo ndo initiatives ambazo zinafanyika. Kwenye upande wa sheria sasa, kwa vivi itakuwa ngumu kidogo kulielezea, ila nimejaribu tu kueleza initiatives zinazofanyika kulingana na subject matter na wapi imefikiwa. Asante.
Labda kuongezea tu kidogo, kama alivyosema Mesa kutoka Wizara ya Communication, kama unavyofahamu kwamba nchi yetu ina pande mbili, na kule Zanzibar pia tuna IGAS ambao wanashughulikia na mambo haya zote, communication policies na nyingine. Na ukiangalia sheria ya kule pia ambao 2013 haikuwa na hiyo part encryptions. Yani jasi imeelezea tu kwamba how to secure data, lakini ile mechanism ya kusecure ilikuwa haipo. Na sasa hivi wanafanyia review, nadhani wanaenda sambamba na huku kwa ajili ya, imeonekana kwamba kuna umuhimu sasa wa nchi yetu kuielezea kiundani na misingi ya hii encryption, kwa sababu imeonekana kuna some kind of weakness. Kwa nao pia wana review na wameconsider hii encryption mechanism kwa ajili ya kuprotect information zetu. Lakini kama anavyosema kuna ule upingano kidogo baina ya locally na internationally, kwa tutaangalia how we can deal with that issues.
Asante sana. Nadhani kwa sababu hii ndio semina yetu ya kwanza kwenye mambo ya encryption, nadhani hizo zinazofuata tutaalika watu wengi zaidi ambao wataweza kuja kufafanua mambo haya, kwa sababu ni mambo ya muhimu sana kwenye swala la protection ya information. Ni mambo muhimu sana kwenye personal data, security ya information za watu, pamoja na masuala mazima ya national security. Sasa sijui kama kutakuwa kuna mtu mwingine mwenye hoja yoyote kabla tujaendelea, kwa sababu kituo kinachofuata itakuwa ni tea break, tea coffee break. Karibu. Hoja au nimeambiwa basi la coffee na tea litafika saa 4:30. Kwa hiyo ni kama ni kama dakika 15 kutoka sasa. 15 nadhani. 7 minutes Aha. Kwa hiyo kimsingi ni kwamba tunataka tujaribu kuwaleta wadau pamoja ili tujadili hivi vitu vinavyohusiana na mambo ya encryption, kwa sababu it is very important kwa ajili ya personal data, vile vile kwa ajili ya usalama wa taifa. How do we balance? Kwa hiyo those are the things that we are going to discuss today. When we will reach to the presentation on foundational understanding and also policy implications na best practices. Haya mambo tutayaona yote kwamba kama tunasema internet imefanya dunia ikawa kiganjani, na niseme kwa kweli sasa hivi sio kiganjani peke yake, ni kwenye kidole tu. Kwa hiyo Tanzania, je, sisi mambo yetu yakoje? Kwa hiyo lazima tuyadiskasi, tuweze kujua na kuweza kuelimisha watu wengine ambao wako nje ya utaalamu wa haya mambo. Na tukifanya hivyo nadhani Tanzania itakuwa much more better digitally kwa miaka ijayo. Kwa hiyo baada ya hapo sio kama kulikuwa kuna labda online, kama kuna mtu sijui wale wazee wa online vipi? Akina Lugano, hamna mtu ambaye anauliza huko? Let me see if there is anything online. Okay, so in the chat. For those who are online, please, you're welcome to ask your questions if you have. But on the chat, I don't see anything. Maybe, Doctor, you can proceed with your closing remarks on your encryption. If you have anything that you feel you need to add or probably subtract, you're welcome.
Sawa, asante. Sisi kama Internet Societies tuna, kama tulivyosema, semina hiyo kwa baadhi ya wadau. Labda tuangalie tu kwamba katika semina hii tukimaliza, wakati tuko mbalimbali, tuje na something ambayo tunaweza kudiscuss kwa pamoja, kwa sababu kitu chochote kinaanza na idea ya mtu mmoja, wawili, watatu na wengine. Sasa tunaweza kuangalia mfano kama katika sheria zetu na nyingine, na pia tusiwe nyuma, tuangalie mifano ya wenzetu nchi jirani. Mfano naona Kenya wamepiga hatua sana kuhusiana na his encryption issues compared to us. Sasa kwa hiyo na sisi tunaweza kuchukua kama njia ya kujifunza kutoka kwao, halafu tukaangalia kwamba vipi tunaweza kufanya information zetu zikawa secure, kwa sababu kama ninavyosema kwamba hizi data na information ni mali, ni hazina, na tukiziacha tu open inamaanisha kwamba watu wengine watakuwa wanazitumia. Sisi tunatengeneza, tunajaribu kupata information, wao wanazitumia kwa ajili ya kujifaidisha wao. Sasa whatever tuangalie, na kama alivyosema Mr. Nani hapa kwamba sasa hivi kuna review ya hiyo policy ya ICT policies, pia tunaweza kuchangia, au ikiwezekana huko mbele kwamba katika draft 1 or 0 maybe wanaweza kuinclude michango ya stakeholder ambao some of them tumuhumu katika hii, wanaweza kuwaita baadaye wakatoa maoni yao kwa ajili ya kuboresha hizi. Ni kwa sababu inapotengenezwa inawezekana itakuwa inadumu miaka mingapi, kwa sababu kama ile ya Zanzibar tangu 2013 mpaka leo ni miaka 10 na Yani sheria inatakiwa iwe baada ya miaka mitatu iwe reviewed au mitano, lakini reality naona haipo hivyo. Inakuwa inatumika inaenda tu. Na sasa hivi kama tunavyoona ni digital worlds, tunaweza kufikiria jinsi gani ya kuzinini. Kwa hiyo wenzetu ambao po wizarani mnaweza kufikisha kwamba mbali na katika kuzitengeneza kuna wadau wengine wapo katika sehemu mbalimbali. Yani kwa mfano university kuna watu wazuri tu na ni wasomi wazuri, tunaweza kuwashirikisha katika kutengeneza hizo sera. Wanasheria pia ni muhimu kuangalia, kwa sababu kuna semina moja nimeenda, wanazungumza kwamba watu yani stakeholder, kwa mfano from different government whatever NGOs, wanakuwa wanakaa wanatengeneza, lakini wanasheria inakuwa hawashirikishwi. Na tukifika kule mbele inakuwa kuna vitu vingi vinalaki hizo laws. Inawezekana kwamba tumetengeneza kitu ni ndani yani ya Tanzania, lakini tuangalie, je, haki hazigongani na international laws, au kuna kitu gani wenzetu kipo sisi inamesha, bila shaka sio new. Tuangalie wenzetu wako wapi, wanafanya nini, na sisi ili tuende. Of course tukifanya hivyo, mimi naamini kwamba encryption ni important thing kwa ajili ya digital securities within our countries, na hii itatusaidia sana na kufanya mambo yetu yawe, au information zetu ziwe secure na zisitumike na watu wengine isipokuwa kwa matumizi maalum. Baada ya kusema hayo, nadhani hii that is the end of just this is the introduction. Huko mbele tutaangalia details kama inavyoonekana katika ratiba, tutaendelea vipi. Kwa hiyo tukitaka tunaweza kudiscuss maybe baadaye, maybe individual tukaangalia nini tunafanya. Kwa hiyo baada ya kusema hayo, nichukue nafasi hii kuwashukuru, na tutakuwa around together, yani pamoja kwa ajili ya kufanya discussion na vitu vingine. Sawa, asante. Yeah. Thank you so much. And I don't know about those, but Dr. Haji, please. Ngoja niwafundishe tu namna ya kupiga makofi. Makofi ambayo ninayakumbuka mara ya mwisho tulikuwa tunafanya mpaka usikie kwamba hiyo mikono imepata moto. Baada ya hapo unaweza na mimi. Kwa hiyo kinachofuata sasa hivi nadhani ni lunch, ni tea break. Nadhani ya tea break ya viongozi wetu kwamba tunaelekea wapi. Hizo na nje. Naomba viongozi. Nadhani ni dakika kama 15 hivi. 15. Kwa presentation nayo kwa inatakiwa ianze kwa 45, lakini dakika 15 hapa itakuwa ni dakika 48. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ni break ya jeshi. Karibuni sana. Sasa
1050. 1050. Thank you.
someone can open open that information and understand understand the message. And this is the way, as you can see, two parties are communicating. This party is sending a certain piece of information to another party, and there is these keys. This is the key to encrypt the message. You encrypt the message through this a certain kind of key, and the message is sent to the end. And the message at the mid will be like this one. You cannot, in this way, you cannot understand the message. It's just some symbols. Someone, when interrupt here, cannot understand the message. And when the end, the destination message, find the destination, the someone who at the end will decrypt. At the beginning, the message is encrypted. At the end, the message is decrypted, and the message will be the same. Hello. Hello is sent and hello is received. This is the message at the mid. You cannot understand what is written in the message. So that is the overview of encryption. Overview of encryption. It involves converting sensitive data into a coded format using mathematical algorithm. That is about encryption. It ensures integrity and confidentiality. Information ensure integrity and confidentiality. Integrity is about data remain unchanged. Confidentiality keep the data secret. The data remain secret. And these are the types of encryption algorithm. I cannot repeat it. I hope that Dr. Haji passed through this. So there is symmetric encryption, which use a single key. The same key is used in both sides. And there is also asymmetric encryption, which use two keys, use a pair of keys, a public key for encryption and the private key for decryption, and provide secure communication, but is slower. It is more secure. This one is more secure compared to symmetric, but it is slow. It needs more computation power. And also there is another type, which is hash function. Hash function, you use a certain code to open the message, convert data into fixed length string, which is called hash value. When you send the message here are converted through a certain mathematics. It is converted into hash values here. So it is being transferred as hash value to the end. And when it reaches the end, it is decrypted through the same mathematical mechanisms, and they open the message. All right. Let me touch in a way the benefits of encryption. Why do we need encryption in our daily life? One is data protection. Encryption help in data protection, secure sensitive information, mitigating the risk of unauthorized access. As I said at the beginning, and also I hope Dr. Haji also said this, it mitigating the risk of unauthorized access. When someone accesses the communication he or she cannot understand what is being communicated. Also, incomprehensible stolen data. When data, if data is fall into bad hands, that data cannot be usable. Those data remains incomprehensible and unusable. Someone cannot use that data because he or she cannot understand the content of that information. Also, in mobile device and the cloud, it is also help mobile device and cloud security. Encryption is essential for securing data on mobile devices and in cloud environments. It is also used in cloud environment in the mobile devices, because today mobile devices are used in wide range, and also cloud services are used today. So the encryption is used because there is uploading and downloading, number of uploading and downloading. When you are doing uploading and downloading, someone can interfere that uploading and downloading. Because of encryption, he or she cannot understand the message, what message you are uploading, what message you are downloading. Also, remote workforces, as remote work become more common, encryption ensure data security across various locations. Ensure data security across various locations. Today, there are people are working remotely, and organizations, institutions open up remote centers, and they are working together. Banks, institutions, they are having branches, and those branches, because of the power of technology, those branches are working as single institution, wherever they are located, but they are operating as single institution, as if those centers in all those centers in different geographical locations, as if they are operating in the same building. They are working in that way today. So encryption is helping to make all those kind of operations, communications, and any other transfer of information from one place to another secured through the encryption. Also, it's secure data transfer. It's secure data transfer during data transmission of networks or the internet. Encryption safeguard data from interception or tampering. And there is visual private network, VPNs. You know VPN. VPN is in use. Today, many people are using VPN. They are using VPN for different purposes. Other offices, they are using VPN to simplify the way they are working, and other people are using, also some individuals are using VPN, and as we are aware, recently, government through TCRA was trying to put some restriction that if you want to use a VPN, you need to register and all such things like that. So VPN is also the way, or it is a certain kind of network which is much using encryption. It uses encryption to create secure tunnels for data transfer between remote locations. And most of the people want to use VPN because they are believing that VPN is, when you are using VPN, there is someone cannot interfere your communication, cannot block your communication. VPN is somehow is using in that way. So VPN is also use much encryption in the way it is operating. Also, secure communication is another benefit of encryption. Encryption secure communication channels, including emails, instant messaging, and voice or video calls. People are today communicating through emails, much use of emails. There is instant messaging. There is voice video calls today. People are much using those kind of services. So through using those kind of services, encryption is used. And there are some applications which are believing to be more secure when you are communicating through, when you are sending message, you are receiving calls, and so forth. So encryption is used in those kind of communication. Protocols like transport layer security and secure socket layer establish secure connection, ensuring data privacy during online transactions and interactions such as banking. The way banking is providing services to customers, the bank also using encryption, so as personal data and information are secured. When you are using banking system, banking apps, when you are internet services, banking internet services, those kind of transactions you are using, they are protected by through the encryption. ATM, when you are using ATM and other kind of banking services, they are protected through encryptions and many other uses like that. Encryption started long time ago, many years ago. Encryption helped the communication, the uses of information and communication technology, and protected all the kind of communications and transactions in the communication technology many years ago. But today, because of the invention of artificial intelligence and the other emerging technologies, also encryption is powered by artificial intelligence. It is a new era in cybersecurity that involves AI-powered encryption. It is a new era. And now, encryption is started to utilize the power of artificial intelligence. It is used in the adaptability. And encryption is trying to start AI adapt and involved in real-time learning from new threats to keep data secure. So by using artificial intelligence, encryption is in the way using some common sense, learning the communication, learning the threats, learning how to protect. So it is it is managed in a way it is managed itself. Try to adapt the, if there is any threat, any other attack, encryption by using AI power is set to learn new way of protection. So it is a new era, and many researches are going on, so as they can come up with a stronger and stronger encryption as people continue to engage in online transactions. Let us look at the implications of encryption for national security, law enforcement, and privacy. Implication of encryption for national security, law enforcement, and privacy. In the national security, encryption strengthens security. As you have already have the understanding of encryption, it is used for securing. So in the national, it is also used to strengthen security. Encryption plays a critical role in safeguarding national security by protecting sensitive information from unauthorized access. There are a number of sensitive information in the country level that is not supposed to be accessed by unauthorized person. So encryption is used to protect this kind of data and information. And because a number of information are in the internet, so for the national security, those data or information which are of interest to the nation, they are protected through this kind of mechanism. It ensures that classified government communications, military strategies, and intelligence data remain confidential. It ensures those kind of classified government communication, those kind of communication which are top secret. One part is communicating to another part in the government level. Those kind of top secret communication, they are secured through this kind of encryption and other military strategies and intelligence data. Also, balancing act, there is an issue concerning balancing act. While strong encryption enhances security, it also poses challenges for law enforcement agencies. It poses challenges for law enforcement agencies, those lawyers and legal personnel, and all those kind of who are working for laws. It poses challenges for law enforcement. When you put strong encryption, you put much encryption, law enforcement become challenged. Striking the right balance between privacy and security is essential. Privacy and security is essential. Overall, restrictive encryption could hinder investigations into criminal activities or terrorism. Restrictive encryption. So as much as you are applying encryption, sometimes it becomes harder to investigate some criminals act like terrorism and other things. So you need to balance. You need to balance encryption. You need to balance the way law, the way law can act. In the Tanzania recognizes the need for robust cybersecurity measures, including encryption to protect national interests in Tanzania. The Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania in 1997 and 1984 recognize the need for robust cybersecurity measures. It talked about protecting personal data, privacy to people and other parties. Tanzania government cybersecurity strategy also aims to address emerging threats and secure essential services. There is cybersecurity strategy 2022 to 2027. So in Tanzania, in the national security, they are in a way acting through to cover the security. In the issue of law enforcement, there is a challenge, as I said before. Encrypted communication pose challenge for law enforcement agencies. Encrypted communication. So when they want to investigate, they want to do their work, and the information are encrypted, then to open up or to decrypt the message, it needs the consent of the parties which are communicated, and might be those parties which were communicated, they are the actual criminals. Then it become not easy to get the decryption of whatever is encrypted. Investigating cyber crimes, tracking suspects, and gathering evidence become more complex when data is encrypted. And also there are legal framework in Tanzania also. There are legal framework. Tanzania has personal data collection and processing regulation. Established that regulations. That regulation is under the Personal and Data Protection Act. The regulation is under the Personal and Data Protection Act of 2022. So Tanzania is having the regulation, which was introduced in May last year, those regulations concerning personal data collection and the processing. When those institutions, those people, all organizations who are collecting personal data, they need, the regulation need those, or anyone who is collecting personal data, he or she should have the approval from the Personal and Data Protection Commission. We have commission, Personal and Data Protection Commission today. It is inaugurated last month in April. It is inaugurated that commission, and anyone who wants to collect data need to be to have approval from that commission. Tanzania cybersecurity and security law addresses cyber offenses, but also raises debates about freedom of expression. As the country trying to protect itself, especially in the information technology, in the ICT, trying to protect and having laws about protecting information, cybersecurity, and all that kind of laws, then the challenge came into freedom of expression. Some other people see that our government want to interfere freedom of expression. So the challenges in cybersecurity are also rooted from that side. So in law enforcement, there's balance and cooperation. Striking a balance between private rights and the law enforcement need, law enforcement needs is crucial. Striking the balance between private rights and the law enforcement is crucial. Collaboration between tech companies, policymakers, and the law enforcement can lead to effective solution. Collaboration between those parties, and also encouraging responsible encryption practices while allowing lawful access is essential. It is essential to encourage responsible encryption practices. It is encouraged to practice that. Another part also in our country is also an issue is privacy. Privacy concerning individual privacy. Encryption safeguards personal privacy by ensuring that private messages, financial transactions, and sensitive data remains confidential. Sensitive data remains confidential. Also, it prevents unauthorized access to personal information. So, encryption help to safeguard the personal privacy. It helps to protect to safeguard the personal privacy, prevent unauthorized access to personal information. In Tanzania, the right to privacy is recognized in Tanzania Constitution, as I said before, emphasizing the need for protecting legislation. Also, privacy concerns arise due to the collection and use of personal information by companies and the role of ICT in data collection. So there is privacy concerns due to the collection and the use of personal information. You know, there are a number of institutions which are collecting personal information, and the persons who the information are collected by those organizations or institutions, they don't know what those organizations are doing with their information. For example, in mobile communication, mobile companies, cellular companies, these companies, we are communicating every day. You are using mobile phones, you are sending messages, calls, and all kind of, and in a way they are storing those kind of communication in their servers. Where what are they doing with those kind of information? They are collecting your personal information, names, and all those kind of information. What are they doing with those kind of information? But not cellular companies only, but also many other government agencies. They are collecting personal information, and also in the social medias, they are collecting information. someone is in need to understand what actually they are doing with those kind of information they are collecting. My information, what are they doing? What are they want to use those kind of information? So it needs a way or mechanism where you should be the person, you should be the one who is responsible to allow or not allowing users of your information, even if they are collecting those kind of information, even if they have, but you should be the person who could be in the way you allow or not allowing those kind of information to be used or to be shared to other parties. About privacy in Tanzania, recently enacted the Personal Data Protection Act 2022 aims to enhance privacy rights in Tanzania, to enhance privacy rights in Tanzania. It is this, we have the Personal Data Protection Commission, Personal Data Protection Commission, which is inaugurated in April this year, and now it is in operation to protect. The main aim is to protect personal data, to protect privacy, and such kind of things where some people might not use those kind of data in a legal way. I'm concluding this presentation. Encryption enhances government efficiency, transparency, and security. It ensures that critical information remain confidential while enabling services. While encryption is essential for securing sensitive information, the balance between security and the privacy remain a challenge. Security and privacy remain a challenge. African governments must navigate these complexities to promote sensitive encryption practices that protect citizens' rights while addressing security concerns. Thank you for your attentive listening.
Asante. Thank you for your presentation. It was insightful. I have a question, though. From your experience, what are the recommendations you can give us in striking the balance between encryption as well as having an avenue for law enforcement to maybe to investigate? What are your recommendations for the policymakers and so that we can find that the balance between the two? we need to protect our data. But if that communication between these two parties is illegal and illicit, we need also to know that. So what can we do to strike that balance? Thank you.
All right, thank you for a good question. And it is the question which is targeting what is the issue. The issue is the balancing. People need privacy. Encryption provides the privacy people need. And they get the privacy what they need. But as you concentrate much in the privacy, you pose more challenges, more difficulties for law enforcement, law to be applicable, and the actions to be taken. That is the question now. The question is, what is the advice? What should be done to balance those kind of? What I think is to have close collaboration between parties, the legal personnel, the technology personnel, the government, and all kind of related stakeholders, to have a close collaboration when they are creating laws, they are creating policies and all those kind of. So as everyone should look in their side so as to reduce this kind of challenges, or what would happen in that way. So what I am advising is close collaboration between those stakeholders. As also here, when you look at this, this slide, striking balance between private rights and law enforcement need is crucial. Collaboration between tech companies, policymakers, law enforcement can lead to effective solutions, encouraging responsible encryption. Responsible encryption. You want to encrypt your data, but you need to be responsible to see that encryption cannot interfere another thing which could bring about chaos. So responsible encryption practices. All right.
Asante Dokta, labda kama mimi niongezee tu kidogo, tukiwa na background yetu ya sheria kwamba sometimes it's not necessarily about collaboration. Na dhani kwenye forum kama hii mkiweza mkachukua mambo mkatusaidia, yanaweza yakaboreshea mazingira, kwa sababu nikitoa mfano tu, sheria kwa mfano kama ya epoka inahitaji kwamba ukiombwa taarifa utoe. Ukienda kwenye sheria ya data protection, wakati wanafanya investigation section 42, au ukaenda kwenye epoka section 120, wewe kama mtu mwenye data, serikali ikija ikitaka data inakupa, yani unatakiwa kutoa. Sasa whether zipo encrypted or not, nadhani tunapozungumzia kuhusu creating a balance, nadhani tunasahau sana jukumu la mahakama, kwamba kama mtu anapelelezwa ni vizuri kukawa kuna ile warrant na mahakama ndio ikaidhinisha kwamba hizo taarifa zitoke au zisitoke, whether upelelezi ni sawa au sio sawa. Lakini inapobaki kwenye law enforcement peke yake, kwamba tu wameomba taarifa and then wanapewa. Ile privacy ya individual unakosa hata haki ya kuweza kuchallenge, kwa sababu unaweza ukawa unapelelezwa kwenye hili ukakutwa na lile, lakini sheria jinsi ya haki inavyohitajika, inahitajika kwamba kama unanipeleleza kwa wizi then uje na warrant ya mambo ya wizi, na taarifa unazotafuta zitafute ushahidi unaohusiana na wizi. Lakini kwetu sisi unaweza ukapelelezwa na hili ukakutwa na lile, then mwisho wa siku matokeo yanaendelea. Kwa hiyo tunasahau sana jukumu la mahakama, kwa maana ya kwamba hizo taarifa zinapoombwa zingekuwa zinaombwa kwa kuambatanishwa pamoja na warrant ambayo inakuwa imetolewa na mahakama, ambayo ni independent body ambayo inalenga kusimamia haki, ili kwamba uweze kusema kweli taarifa za watu hapa zinalindwa, then ulinzi upatikanike kwa kutumia chombo huru ambacho ni mahakama. Asante.
Asante sana kwa comment nzuri. Huyu ni mwanasheria. Yes. Ni comment nzuri. Mahakama, nafikiri hata sasa hivi mahakama inatoa warrant. Kama unataka message sijui kwenda kuangalia simu za mtu, mahakama ndio inayotoa warrant, si ndio? Polisi wanafuata huko. Watumia Arabi. Wanaenda kwa mitandao. Let us listen to Dr. Ngondya.
Ningependa kuchangia hapo kidogo. Ni kweli ukiangalia Cyber Crime Act ya 2015 kwenye search and seizure, ni mkuu wa kituo cha polisi au mtu mwenye cheo sawa na hicho anaweza kufanya search. Kwa hiyo ni kweli, kwa sababu swala la privacy ndio kwenye katiba yetu, ni muhimu kulinda privacy ya individuals. Lakini kwa vile kuna makosa ambayo yanaathiri usalama wa public, wa jumuiya, wa watu wengi zaidi, ni muhimu kwamba tusiwape polisi nguvu zote hizo za kutuhumu, kutafuta ushahidi. Nchi ambazo zimeendelea zina mchakato wa kwamba tukitaka kufanya search ya taarifa za mtu lazima tupate kibali cha mahakama, na kwenye mahakama wanaangalia reasonable cause, yani kwamba una taarifa ambazo zinafanya hakimu au jaji aamini kwamba hapa kuna kosa limetendeka au litatendeka, ndipo anakupa kibali cha kwenda kusearch, ambapo kinakuwa na scope kwamba utaenda kutafuta kitu gani kwenye kifaa gani na taarifa gani. Kwa hiyo kwa sababu na sisi pengine tunaelekea huko, unaona watu wanazungumzia katiba mpya na nini, lakini vile vile comply na sheria za kimataifa, kwa sababu kwa kiasi kikubwa dunia imeelekea huko, inakuwa vizuri tukaweka huo utaratibu. Ingawa najua kuna utaratibu huo kwa baadhi ya makosa, nadhani kwenye makosa ya ugaidi huo utaratibu upo, lakini napendeza kama ukawepo kwenye makosa mengine. Asante.
Asante sana Dr. Ngondya. Nafikiri sheria tunazo, lakini inaonekana inahitajika ziweze kurekebishwa kidogo na kuweza kufikia mahali kupunguza nguvu ya baadhi ya vyombo. Wakati mwingine vyombo vikiwa na nguvu sana ya kuingilia taarifa za mtu binafsi, wakati mwingine kuna watu wasio waaminifu wanaweza kutumia vibaya hiyo ruhusa ya kuweza kuingilia zile taarifa na kuweza kutafuta. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri sheria ikawa inaelekeza zaidi namna ya kuweza kutumia, lakini pia hii sheria ya ambayo ni Personal Data Protection Act inagusa sana haya maeneo, na kama ina mapungufu mahali inahitaji tu kurekebishwa, lakini inagusa sana maeneo ya kuweza kuprotect personal data, na ndio maana kuna commission ambayo imetokana na hii sheria hiyo ni kwa ajili ya haikuwepo hiyo commission ya personal data protection, privacy and personal data protection haikuwepo, lakini imeanzishwa kwa ajili ya kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo sheria inaweza kufuatwa vizuri. Kwa hiyo ni chombo maalum kwa ajili ya kuweza kuhakikisha sheria ya personal data protection inafuatwa, na tayari ndio imeanza kazi na kama mwezi mmoja. Nafikiri tunavyoendelea utaratibu utaendelea kuwa wazi na ukawekwa vizuri, na nia sio kuwazuia watu wa sheria kutekeleza majukumu yao, lakini pia nia sio kuhakikisha kwamba taarifa za mtu hazikwendi popote, lakini ni kulinda uhuru wa mtu, kulinda taarifa za mtu, mambo ya mtu binafsi yasiwe yanaweza kufikiwa na kila mtu wakati wote anavyotaka. Tumekuwa tukiona watu wanaposti kwenye mitandao ya kijamii mambo mbalimbali ya watu binafsi. Haya yote sheria ya namna hii inalinda huo utu. Kwa hiyo wakati ambapo ikiwa inaendelea kufanya kazi, inaweza kafika mahali ikaeleweka ile kazi ambayo inafanya hii commission. Karibu.
Asante kwa wasilisho. Mimi na nyongeza tu. Tunaweza tukawa tuna sheria nzuri sana zinazo protect personal data, lakini mwisho wa siku naamini kwamba sheria ni nyenzo ya mwisho kabisa. Watu wetu wako aware kiasi gani? Kwa hiyo matches tunataka kuwekeza huku kwingine, lakini pia nafikiri ni vizuri watu wakaelimishwa hivi vitu. Unajua mtu mwingine anakuwa tu anashare vitu, anafanya hivi, lakini anakuwa haelewi the implication ya hicho kitu ambacho anakifanya. Sisi wengine pia hapa ni mashahidi. Inawezekana information zetu kuna mahali tulizitoa, tuliandika na namba zetu za simu, lakini ni mara ngapi wewe kwenye simu yako kwa siku unaweza ukapokea message sijui ya mkopo kutoka Bayport, huelewi Bayport wamepataje information
waganga.
Unaona? Kwa hiyo yani nafikiri pia kuna umuhimu wa watu kuelimishwa kuhusiana na hivi vitu. Sasa kama mimi hapa pia ni mwanasheria, lakini napokea hizo message nazipokea, lakini sichukui hatua yoyote, naenda kuripoti kwamba kuna 1 2 3 4. Kwa nadhani sisi wenyewe pia tunahitaji kumove forward. Sheria naamini ni nyenzo ya mwisho kabisa. Asante.
Nashukuru sana. Yes. Na ndio maana anasema kuna sheria, kuna commission ya personal data privacy and personal data protection ambayo kazi yake kubwa ndio hiyo, ambayo kutoa elimu na kuweza kuchukua hatua, kuelimisha jamii iweze kufata taratibu na sheria inavyotaka na kuchukua hatua pale ambapo yule ambaye anatakiwa kufata utaratibu wa kufata utaratibu, pamoja na wadau wengine, sio tu commission hiyo peke yake, na wadau wengine kuweza kuendelea kutoa elimu. Ulichokiongea ni muhimu sana, kwamba sheria inaweza kuwepo lakini watu wanaweza kuendelea kufanya, ingawaji kwenye sheria wanasema ignorance of law is not an excuse. So watu wanaweza kuwa wanafanya hawajui implication ya hiyo kitu, lakini kama elimu inatolewa vizuri itapunguza, badala ya kukamata watu, itapunguza watu wasifanye, kwa kutakuwa na watu wa kukamata.
Asante. Kwa majina naitwa Sharif, natokea PDPC, Tume ya Ulinzi ya Taarifa Binafsi. Nitaka tu nimjibu dada kwamba swala la uelewa wa tume na majukumu yake yote, nadhani haina muda mrefu toka imezinduliwa, tuna kama mwezi wa pili sasa, na nadhani tupo katika mpango mkakati wa namna gani wa kuwafikia watu wote, kuweza kuwaelimisha, kwa sababu nadhani kuna vitu vichache ambavyo viko vinakamilishwa ili tuweze kuangalia namna gani ya kuweza kumfikia kila mtu na kila Mtanzania aweze kufahamu majukumu na namna ambavyo tunatenda kazi ili kuhakikisha kila mtu anapata uelewa kikamilifu. Asante.
Asante sana. Huyo ndio mhusika mwenyewe kutoka kwenye tume. Kwa hiyo inalinda taarifa binafsi. Ni tume kwa ajili ya kulinda taarifa binafsi. Kwa hiyo hayo yote ya taarifa binafsi yana hiyo tume, na itakapokuwa imeendelea kukaa vizuri na kujenga vizuri itafanya kazi yake sawa sawa. Mike wapi? Microphone.
Asante. Ningependa kuchangia kidogo pia kuhusu kwenye ili swala la personal data protection. Najua tunaweza tukawa na sheria ambazo zipo kwa ajili ya kusimamia hicho kitu, lakini pia tukawa na organi mbalimbali ambazo wanakuwa na jukumu la kusimamia hicho kitu. Effectiveness yake inaweza tuione kama hizi organi ambazo tunaziteua, kwa mfano hii tuna Personal Data Protection Commission, isipokuwa huru katika utekelezaji wa majukumu yake, tunaweza tusione impact yoyote. Tunaweza tukae tutoe recommendations nzuri zaidi, lakini wasipokuwa na uhuru binafsi wa kutekeleza majukumu yao bila kuingiliwa na vyombo vingine, inaweza ishushe ubora wake. Lakini pia kitu cha msingi katika hizi commissions ambazo tunaziteua, ni vyema kuhimiza watu kuwa na uadilifu katika utendaji kazi. Ninaweza nikawa nimepewa nafasi au uhuru binafsi wa kufanya majukumu yangu katika kusimamia hizo sheria, lakini nisipokuwa na uadilifu na uzalendo, ninaweza nikayumbishwa na watu mbalimbali katika utekelezaji wa majukumu hayo. Hivyo kwa vile sheria pia tunasema sheria ni msumeno, kwa mtu ambaye ana breach zile values za utekelezaji wa majukumu ya tume, ni vyema pia wakachukuliwa hatua stahiki kulingana na sheria inavyosema, bila kujali huyu nani, huyu ni nani. Asante.
Kwa hiyo inahitajika uadilifu, uaminifu, utashi. Umepewa jukumu, litimize vile ambavyo inatakiwa. Ukitimiza jukumu sawa sawa, ndivyo ambavyo yale ambayo umepewa majukumu na serikali kuyafanya yatafanikiwa. Kuweza kutimiza jukumu sawa sawa, ndivyo ambavyo mzungumzaji amekuwa akisisitiza kutimiza majukumu, lakini pia ambaye hatimizi majukumu kuchukuliwa hatua stahiki. Nashukuru sana.
Asante sana Dr. Naona kwa mkono sana. Presentation inayofuata itakuwa ni policy implications, ambapo kutakuwa kuna wasilisho kutoka kwa Elilumba Kenneth Michael pamoja na Christopher Mukoji. Karibuni sana. Asante Dokta. Nafikiri tulishapasha online. Nilikuwa nimeangalia kulikuwa mna maswali. Asante sana. Karibuni kwa ajili ya wasilisho. Ongea na wale pale nyuma. Kwa hiyo jamani, nadhani kwenye foundation hapo, kwenye msingi kuna mambo ambayo yameongelewa ambayo yanachukua kile ambacho alipresent Dr. Haji na kukiexpand zaidi. Nadhani tumeona teknolojia hizi mbalimbali pamoja na namna ambavyo zinafanya kazi na nini ambacho huwa kinafanyika. Sasa kuna mara nyingi katika suala la security huwa kunakuwa kuna competition somehow kati ya privacy na security, hasa inapokuwa ni suala la kitaifa. Sasa nadhani kuna jambo ambalo aliongelea wakili msomi ya kwamba pamoja na kwamba inawezekana kwamba ikatokea kwamba kuna watu pengine wamefanya data breach, wanatakiwa kuchukuliwa hatua, au kuna threat ambayo imetokea somewhere kwenye digital space. Tujenge utamaduni wa kufollow due process. Nadhani hicho alikiongelea wakili msomi kutoka Voda, nafikiri Mr. Kevin, kwamba kuna umuhimu wa kuhakikisha kwamba kama ni mtu amekosea, sio polisi tu wanakwenda nyumbani kwake, hawana warranty, hawana nini, kamata. Nadhani hiyo haina ustaarabu katika ulimwengu wa kidijitali wa sasa, kwa sababu mambo ambayo tunayafanya sasa hivi hapa yanaweza yakasafiri yakaenda everywhere. Sio kama zamani pale ambapo maeneo mengine hana internet, hamna mambo ya social media, hakuna masuala ya WhatsApp, lakini kamata ile inaweza ikarekodiwa na mwananchi wa kawaida kwa sababu ya mambo ya citizen journalism, akayarusha yakaanza kutembea, alafu sasa inakuwa ni fedheha kwa vyombo vya ulinzi na usalama. Kwa hiyo nadhani kitu cha msingi ni kwamba tukitoka hapa tujue kwamba ni vizuri tukasaidia pia kuelimisha kwamba kama kuna ukamataji, basi ukamataji ufate utaratibu wa kisheria, ambayo nadhani wakili msomi anaita ni due process, kitu kama hicho. Mimi sio mwanasheria. Kwa hiyo hilo ni mojawapo ya jambo la msingi sana la kuchukua. Na naomba kama una presentation yako, itakuwa ni vizuri ukawasiliana na watu pale wakakuset up kabla hatujaendelea. Kwa hiyo mimi tu nisisitize tu kwamba sisi tuwe kama ambassadors wazuri wa kuelimisha na kufahamisha. Wakati fulani nilihudhuria kesi moja ambayo ilikuwa inahusiana na mambo ya ukamataji. Sasa katika kwenye cross examination nadhani ya yule mkamataji, yani cross examination inafanyika, inaonekana kwamba kazi iliyofanyika inaonekana ni kazi ya bure kwa upande wa law enforcement, kwa sababu hata uchukuaji wa evidence ni shida. Wao kishaambia bwana wewe nenda kakamate fulani, wao mkuku wanaenda wanakamata tu. Lakini sasa bila kufanya utaratibu wa kumkamata mtu, kesi tunazopeleka mahakamani hata kama zina merit, matokeo yake mahakama inatupilia nje. Kwa hiyo nadhani ni vizuri tukafanya huo utaratibu wa kuelimisha zaidi na kusaidia vyombo mbalimbali kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wanafanya haya mambo kwa utaratibu vizuri, kwa sababu it's just a question of civilization. Mnapoendelea kuendelea ni kuendelea kwa mambo yote kwa sababu ndio maana sasa hivi tuna cyber crime, si ndio? Kwa sababu usio ukategemea kwamba eti utaendelea kwenye masuala mazuri tu na mengine haya mabaya endelee. Kwa hiyo ukitaka boga pia na ua lake, wanasema Waswahili. Kwa hiyo nadhani hiyo ni ya muhimu zaidi. Sijui kama kuna mtu mwenye contribution yoyote hapo kabla tujaendelea. Dr. Ngondya, unaona nye masuala ya
tunapiga hatua. Kuna hatua ambazo zinachukuliwa, lakini ingependeza kwamba huo utaratibu ungekuwa hivyo kwa makosa yote, kwa sababu inaonekana ni utaratibu ambao upo kwa baadhi ya makosa. Kama nilivyosema, nadhani kwenye makosa ya ugaidi kufanya search lazima uwe na kibali cha mahakama, lakini kwenye makosa ya mtandao huo utaratibu haupo. Kwa hiyo kwa sababu kama nchi tuna mwelekeo huo wa kujali haki za binadamu, wa kujali privacy za watu, inakuwa vizuri kama pia hata katika makosa ya mtandao huo utaratibu ungekuwepo.
Asante sana. Kwa hiyo kama tunafanya progress ni jambo jema, kwamba the progress is there, na tunashukuru kwamba kuna vitu vinavyoonekana, sio kwamba havionekani. Kwa mfano, nitatoa mfano mmoja tu juu ya masuala ya artificial intelligence. Kwa mfano ukiangalia masuala ya artificial intelligence, unaweza ukafikiri kwamba labda Tanzania vitu vinavyofanyika ni vichache, lakini kusema kweli masuala ya artificial intelligence kwa Tanzania tuko mbele. Hata ukiangalia East Africa, nadhani tumekuwa rated number 1 all over East Africa. Kwa hiyo it's true kwamba kuna progress inafanyika. Si kama waheshimiwa wako mbele wako tayari. We welcome Hannah Saba from Internet Society, and also Robin, who will be presenting later. You are welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you.
We look forward to your presentation, and I think you might have missed a little bit of our discussion because we are mixing Kiswahili and English. So we apologize for using our local language, but I think you learn 1 or 2 words in Swahili. Hi, Hannah.
Hi, Nazar. Hi, everyone. We enjoyed listening to this beautiful language, actually.
Karibu sana. That means you're welcome.
Fantastic. Okay. Learning already.
Okay, thank you. So are we ready to proceed? So bear with us as they prepare to launch their presentation. Yes, as we wait for the presentation to launch, at the beginning I said about, I talked about that encryption seminar for the policymakers is one in the series of upcoming seminars for the policymakers. And I think we shall also organize a larger group more than this, so we can be able to expand on this. And really, we look forward to be able to organize this in collaboration with you guys. And one of the key issues that we will do is to make sure that we get your post-seminar, views on how to improve on this, so that maybe in the next seminar, things will be much more probably robust or more detailed. I think that is one of the things that we'll do at the end of the seminar. Okay, I think we are ready to go. The next presenters are Ms. Elilumba Michael and Mr. Christopher Mukoji. They are all from the University of Iringa, and I don't know if they are going to co-share the presentation, but I think I see Elilumba is ready to go. Elilumba, you can introduce yourself and proceed. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Elilumba Michael, master's student from ICT Law from University of Iringa. As we are going to present on the topic on implications of encryption for national security, law enforcement, and privacy in Tanzanian context, I will pass through three main basics, including some important terms. The influence, who may influence on healthy usage of encryption in both national security, law enforcement, and privacy. So our major topic is on implications of encryption for national security, law enforcement, and privacy. So I'll pass through three main basics and the other my colleague may continue later on. First, I will start with the important terms, mainly national security and law enforcement, because encryption we all passed through earlier. And we also passed through who may influence health policy on encryption in both national security, law enforcement, and privacy. And we shall pass through how encryption technologies are or how they may be used in different motives. We imply in both positive and negative implications on the national security. Okay, we'll pass through the definition of national security. We say it's the ability of the state to protect its general well-being and safe. This implies in both sectors, including military bases, where the armed forces are practically prepared for any direct attack that may cause threat to its people. But also we talk about intelligence and counterintelligence, who are responsible for investigating on any kind of threats that may be conducted. But also we speak of cyber attacks. And national security has got some aspects, including traditional connotations and modern connotations. When we talk of traditional connotation, we simply mainly meant security against military attacks, where the armed forces are critically prepared. And when we speak of the modern connotation of national security, this implies on different areas, including security against traditional attacks, minimization of crimes in the society, safeguarding the country's economy, political stability, food security, and other cyber security. Now, how is this how does this secure against terrorist attacks? Encryption simply secures against criminal attacks because of the capability of hidden information. So they will not be able to get any kind of communication or to intercept any kind of communication before they do any kind of attack in a particular area. And about securing of the country's economy, we simply mean encryption it's meant for avoiding any unauthorized access of information from any unauthorized user. So any data or information cannot be authorized by any person who is not authorized, because encryption simply works with algorithm and keys, because they are characters that control the encrypted and decrypted data. So an individual cannot be able to get any such of an information pertaining a certain financial institution unless otherwise he or she is authorized to be getting such information. But also pertaining the political stability, encryption is mainly made for avoiding any unauthorized people from getting such information from the government agencies and any other critical information that is meant to leak to any unauthorized authorities. Then we go on the definition of the law enforcement. These are certain government agencies that are there for the aim of investigating, detecting, and prosecuting, plus punishing any perpetrators. These include police, immigration, national prosecution services, and the prisons as well. Now, who may influence healthy policy of encryption usage for national security law and enforcement? There are some institutions and persons that play a great role of development of policies and legal framework for a healthy use of encryption without any negativity on national security. And this include the Ministry of ICT, the Tanzania Communications Regulatory Authority, TCRA, and judiciary itself. So when you talk about the ministry in charge of the ICT, can introduce some policies which demand some institutions to conduct or to engage themselves in using such encryptions, including the financial institutions and any other government agencies, in order to secure their private information or data from leaking to unauthorized people. But also the ministry can be able to finance or tax benefit small enterprises to have their own technological conduct of encryptions. The Tanzania Communications Regulatory Authority as well can be able to provide they can be able to cooperate with the institutions and any other organizations, publicizing or launching any public awareness to people to understand on the importance of inscription for their privatization of their personal information. On the side of judiciary are responsible of making people accountable and be transparent. This include maybe in the institutions and private organizations. On the other part, we look on how encryption can be used on different motives. These are both positive implications and negative implications. On the positive implication, encryption promotes protection of e-government. The sensitive details or information about the government among the government officials can be protected using encryption, but also protection of our banks and financial institutions. Encryption also, as we explained earlier, it avoids leakage of customers' personal details to unauthorized people, but also protection of other corporations, including protection of intellectual property aspects. This include pertaining the trade secrets. It avoids unauthorized corporates or individuals to attain any kind of sensitive information about such a business enterprises. Also, we also see how law enforcement using encryption protect against leakage of investigation communications to criminals. Encryption provides hidden identity of the investigators when conducting their own investigations to certain criminals, but also human rights defenders and whistleblowers. They also have their own personal information that have to be protected under encryption, and this hence promotes democratic development of our country. But also general citizens as well needs encryption for their communications, as most of us, we are in the messaging apps that are end-to-end encryptions. The negative implication of encryption: criminals may use encryption as one-way ticket of conducting their own crimes, including drug trafficking, human trafficking, terrorist attacks, or smuggling of goods people. Because it's difficult sometimes for any other person to detect such crimes that are conducted in their own. Criminals may also use encryption to conceal their communications and activities, as we explained earlier. But it also facilitates foreign and domestic espionage. Encryption can make it difficult for law enforcement agencies to obtain some evidence which are needed for conviction. But it also makes communication intercept difficult. Thank you.
Did you say thank you? Oh, I didn't hear properly. I think are you done? Oh, okay. Thank you so much. And I think the second part is going to be presented by Mukoji. I think you can introduce yourself and proceed, please. Correct.
My name is Christopher Mukoji. I am a student of LLM in ICT law. I'm also a tutorial assistant at the Faculty of Law of University of Iringa. So after seeing all those that has been presented by my colleague, we're going to see how encryption technology or the use of encryption technology is encouraged in our country in Tanzania by the policies. So how Tanzanian policies encourage the use of encryption technologies. I would like to point out that at the moment, there is no any law that encourage the use of encryption technology. So I would like also to make it clear at this moment that the act that was enacted last year or came into force last year, the Personal Data Protection Act, does not per se cover for encryption. Personal data is different from private data. Private data can be owned even by corporations, but personal data, if we check it correctly, it is all about natural persons, human beings, blood and flesh like us. Yeah. Corporations can have encryption and they are private data protected, but the act which was enacted was only for personal data of individual persons. So the act does not provide for encryption. If we check our law, because now laws are enacted in Kiswahili, the original law says data za watu. So makampuni sio watu, ni persons kwa Kiingereza persons, nafsi, but not watu. So I would like to make it clear at this juncture. So there are no laws of parliament encouraging the use of encryption technologies, but there are some guidelines that encourage the use of encryption technologies. And the first one, as you can see there, is the e-government security architecture standards and technical guidelines of 2017. So these guidelines they came to force in 2017, and they were issued by the e-government authority. When you look at it, they mention the word encryption 32 times. 32 times. What do they provide for? These regulations require all cyber systems built for the provisions of services in e-government to be securely encrypted, very strong encryption. And this, as you can see, it is for the government. It is for the government, the e-government. Now everything we do is by e-government, serikali mtandao. Tunalipia TRA kwa mtandao, kila kitu tunafanya, wakati mwingine kuomba passport, hadi mahakamani siku hizi wanapeleka vitu kwa mtandao. Kwa hapa, as you can see, the government, sorry to say, favors itself. It encourages encryption for its own sake, which is important for national security and everything. The government understands the importance of encryption. And another guideline is the Cloud Computing Guidelines for Financial Service Providers of 2023. This was issued by the Bank of Tanzania. Financial service providers who want to use cloud computing to furnish proof that that service will have strong encryption. As you can see, banks play an important role into our economy. And the economy is one aspect of national security. Without stability in our economy, our national security is in jeopardy and it is in danger. So the economy is part of our national security, and the banks play a very important role in our economy. So the government, knowing the importance of encryption, it encourages banks, or it requires banks, if they want to use cloud computing, and normally they outsource even from outside the country, and mostly from outside the country. So they require to provide strong encryption, a proof of strong encryption. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to use cloud computing for banks or financial service providers. See, so there are only two aspects, as you can see, but there is the opposite of that. And now this covers for private persons. How Tanzanian policies discourage the use of encryption technologies. And how do we see this one? You can see from the requirement to declare the use of virtual private networks, VPN, which was issued by the TCRA in 2023. What does the directive imply? It implies that only those persons whose nature of work requires the use of VPN should use the VPN, should use VPN technology. So it implies that not everyone needs VPN, which is not true. So anyone wishing to use VPN is required to register online to the TCRA website. And that person should provide certain information about their person and the VPN details. So one could say this one defeats the whole purpose of VPN, which is for privacy, because you provide much of the detail to TCRA while you wanted privacy. So it defeats the purpose. And as you can know, we trust our government, of course, but government is made up of people also. There could be people in the government who have got bad intentions, not necessarily, but there could be people who might use the information provided to TCRA to get to, for example, the trade secrets of some corporations and many other information, which defeats the purpose of privacy. As you can see, the directive was issued relying on that provision, which is provided for by the Electronic and Postal Communications Online Content Regulations of 2020. This regulation prohibits people to possess any technology that would allow them to access prohibited content. But in actual sense, this provision ignores the fact that the primary source of VPN is not to access prohibited content. The primary source is privacy in general, not just to access prohibited content. And as you can see, prohibited content, there are so many prohibited contents, including pornography and so many other things. Content of sedition against the government, so many. So after seeing that encryption provides for privacy, which is good, also we can see that encryption might facilitate activities which are dangerous to our national security, to the activities of law enforcement. So there is a need for balance. So now we're going to see the need to find a healthy balance between national security, law enforcement activities, and our privacy. So I'd like to see what is this balance? What is this balance we're talking about? In our opinion, this is the midpoint between two extremes. On the one hand, we have unregulated privacy in the cyberspace, extreme. Then there's another extreme, total restriction on the use of encryption technologies by the government. So there are two extremes here. We need the midpoint. And I'd like to point out that also the midpoint is a target. And as a target, you know, it is easy to miss the target than to hit the target. So all our efforts to try to strike the balance to hit the target might fall short of hitting the target. So this is a continuous endeavor. It's not a one-day activity like the way we are doing today. It is a call to continue to think and to come up with ideas that will strike out the balance. And what is the importance of this balance? The importance of this balance is to acknowledge the work, very good work done by our security services and our law enforcement agencies. They are doing a great work. But also we have to see the need for privacy of persons which is equally important also. So persons need privacy, law enforcement activities need to go on. So the balance is important there. So how do we achieve this balance? How do we achieve this balance? The balance is achieved by the following recommendations. And there are no final answers here. This is our thinking at the moment. We can always keep thinking, But the first recommendation is to have very clear laws, policies, and guidelines that stipulate how law enforcement and security services may access encrypted data while at the same time respecting persons' privacy. This must come from the laws, from the policies and guidelines. When they come, they should take into consideration the people's privacy, at the same time, a due process on how the law enforcement personnel could get to encrypted data. Also, these laws should define very clearly what national security is, what are the threats, and what are the interests. This will avoid the confusion or some people using personal interests or their own threats to harass innocent people. A person from the government having personal interest might use the kichaka, might use that cover to interfere with the privacy of other people. As I said before, in the government, we've got good people, and the government is there for very good purpose. But as we are human beings, we might have some people in the government who might use their own personal interests for their own activities. Continuing with the recommendations, another recommendation is the need to have court intervention before law officers use force to access encrypted data. It should not be only the discretion of law enforcement officers. This must come from the court. As our colleague from Vodacom, a lawyer, said, it is the court, we regard the court as an independent institution that can judge correctly that at this time now you can use force, and at this time we can order that this encrypted data be decrypted. So it must come from the court. The laws and policies must establish the power of the court in such manner. This should be opposite to how Section 31 of the Cyber Crimes Act provides. At any time, a law enforcement officer may the law uses the word may apply to the court. So in interpretation, may is just a discretion of the law enforcement officers. It's not a shall, it's not mandatory. So it should be mandatory. At the same time, because we are fighting against technology, we are fighting against technology. Technology is not bad. Law enforcement officers also themselves should invest into technology to counter encryption. If criminals are using technology, we in the government must also invest in technology to counter against their technology. That is the only fair ground that we might use. I'll give you an example. Before technology, we could use curtains for privacy in our homes, and the law enforcement officers could not just use their force to open the curtains and see what is inside. They had to use more intelligence of their mind to be able to access private homes. This is intelligence. Normally, there are ways that they use to fight against crime. So they must use also technology to fight against technology used negatively. Another thing that can strike the balance is to promote the use of encryption technologies by individuals and organizations to enhance privacy and cybersecurity. We should not take this for granted. We here might know the importance of encryption and all technologies, but we must agree that there are so many other people there outside who do not know the need and the importance of encryption. So we must always keep educating individuals and organizations. So this is a very good work done by the Internet Society. If you go to the internet, you search, you can see a lot of writings of the work done by the Internet Society in Tanzania. You could see, for example, they gave a statement about the ban of VPN. You could see, and you could see how they talked about how VPN is used and how VPN is important. So I recommend the work of Internet Society. Another thing that is important to do to strike the balance, while we advocate for the use of encryption, we must also advocate for the ethical use of encryption. We cannot just live there, tell people to use encryption, but we must show that encryption can be used negatively, and we must fight against the negative use of encryption. We must only support the positive use of encryption. So this is our presentation. Thank you for listening to us.
Yes, can you pasha for him, please, and the whole team from Iringa University? Manyunyu, 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 mvua nyingi, mvua nyingi, radi, radi, radi. Asante sana. Thank you so much. I think to be Dr. Mukoji in the future, I think. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
I think it is, I don't know if it is legal to call you a doctor in bracket, future doctor. I think we now, if the lunch people are ready, we can break for lunch. And what I would insist is that you hold on to your questions. So when we come back, we can start with questions for Mr. Mukoji and the team. Is that acceptable? Zaina, are we ready for lunch? It is 1 o'clock. It is past 1 o'clock. Okay. I think we can proceed with anybody who has a question for Mukoji. At least we can take one question before we proceed. Anyone? Okay, we have one question from.
I have maybe a question. In your presentation, you mentioned you define personal data. And the personal data you define as just individual data and not related to company or NGOs. But I'm thinking companies, contains or all employees are persons. An employee are human. And everyone has personal information, right? In the companies or whatever. Okay, my concern is if I understand you well, you define personal data just is a type of data related to the individually personal and not involve whatever company, government, institution or whatever. But I'm thinking about if a company or government institution, the people who are working there, they have personal information. So, and I believe this law also, it involves every person, whatever, maybe through the individual or through the company or government. Maybe any clarification of this, I don't know.
If you could help me to project the law here, I will show, and I'll answer this using the law. Anyway, I could read for you what the law, because the law is now enacted in Kiswahili. And what does the law say about tambulika ambazo zimetunzwa kwa namna yoyote, ikiwa ni pamoja na taarifa binafsi zinahusu rangi, asili ya taifa au kikabila, dini, umri, imetaja hapo list nyingi hapo. So tukiangalia hapa sheria yetu ilikuwa inalenga personal data, kwa watu binafsi. Labda na historia ya personal data ilianzia wapi? Labda tuanze kusema hapa. Historia ya personal data. Ukiingia kwenye historia ilikuwa ilianza tangu enzi za Unazi pale. Ulaya wali experience matumizi mabaya ya personal data. Hitler aliweza kuprofile watu wote wa nchi yake ile kwa sensa. Akachukua kwamba huyu mtu ni nani, asili yake nani, Myahudi au sio Myahudi, ni nani au sio nani. Yaani akajua watu wote na akatumia personal data kulenga watu wahusika tu. Na kama unavyojua the Holocaust, pale alitumia data, alikuwa very precise. Hakuchanganya kwamba ni nani, labda kama ulikuwa unashirikiana kusympathize na Jews. Otherwise alijua kabisa Jew ni nani, anaishi wapi. Personal data hizo, address yako ni personal data, kila kitu kile. Lengo la personal data ni kulinda taarifa binafsi za mtu. Ingawa tunasema kwamba kama ulivyosema kwenye kampuni kuna watu. Of course kuna watu. Hapo ndo tutaangalia personal data, huyo mtu anafanya kazi wapi, ana kipato gani na nini. Kwa ni personal data. Ni personal data. Vile vile hapa kuna data collectors, kama unakumbuka kwenye sheria inazungumzia data collectors. Kuna ile kuna wakati mwingine unatoa data yako bila hata ku-encrypt. Unaenda hospitali, haujaficha kitu. Unampa daktari mambo yako kwa uwazi kabisa. Ila daktari anaweza kutumia ile hapa watu, kwa sababu kwa mtu maarufu kukuchafua kwamba huyu ana gonjwa gani na nini, inatengeneza nini? Habari. Anaweza kutumia kwa namna hiyo. Kwa hapa encryption ni tofauti kabisa, na kwa Tanzania kama nilivyosema haina sheria ya moja kwa moja ambayo inalinda mambo ya encryption. Sana sana ni hizo guidelines ambazo zina encourage encryption for the government but discourages encryption for private persons. As you can see, serikali zote duniani zina wivu na kujua mambo. Hiyo ndio ukweli. Hiyo Marekani hata Marekani wamezuia matumizi ya TikTok. Sasa hivi ukiwa Marekani inabidi utumie VPN kupata TikTok, na ukiwa China inabidi utumie VPN kupata Facebook na mambo yote. Kwa hiyo hata hizo nchi ambazo tunaziita ni za demokrasia bado kuna namna hapo. Telegram, issue kama Telegram kwa sababu ina encryption kubwa, basi tu aiwi inakuwa discourage sana. Kuna wakati nchi kama mnakumbuka Blackberries zilikuwa zinakatazwa kwenye nchi kama Dubai, wapi walikuwa wanakataza kwa sababu zilikuwa zina encryption kali. Kwa hapa nimeweza kuwa nimechanganya mambo, lakini nataka tu kusema kwamba personal data ndio vitu kama hivyo, inazuia profiling, inazuia habari kama hizo watu tu binafsi, sababu taarifa binafsi hizi za mtu ni mali, unaweza kutumia for kwa malengo wanaita nini, targeted advertisement and everything. Kwa hiyo sio encryption kama encryption ambayo tunazungumzia. Kwa hiyo mimi tunavyoona kwamba Tanzania bado hatuna sheria kali ambayo ina support encryption especially for private persons.
Sana Dr. to be nadhani pengine hata thesis yako ya udaktari inaweza ikalenga hapo. Wale ambao wana maswali naomba to hold on into those questions. Ili akirudi tutakwenda full throttle kwenyewe kwa sababu Dr. Nimeshaanza kuzoea kukuita dokta sasa. Takoma. Inabidi uwe dokta. Unasema nimepokea. Sasa kwa hiyo tukirudi wapendwa, tutaingia kwenye hiyo presentation kwa dakika 5 mpaka 10. Alafu wakati huo tutakaporudi Dr. Ngondya, naomba utakaporudi tu uweze kuwasiliana na vijana wa hao ambao ni wa Zoom ili waweze kuconnect. Tukitoka kwenye maswali tunaingia moja kwa moja kwenye presentation yako. Baada ya kusema hayo, naomba tuende kwenye lunch, na tukirudi kwenye lunch nitaomba tupige picha ya pamoja pale nyuma, alafu ndio tuendelee na mambo mengine. Karibuni sana. Now, okay. See, we would like to can you test your mic, Dr. Ngondya, to see if we can hear you online? No. Hello. Okay. I am Daniel Ngondya from the University of Dodoma, College of Informatics and Electrification, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Related to this seminar, I have a background in computer science and I'm a diploma in IT infrastructure and systems security. I am glad to be here, as being an enlightening moment, particularly with that laws related to security. Good afternoon. Thank you for strong and encryption. Starting with a little bit of a background. So the internet is organized around a current server architecture, predominantly current server architecture. There are architectures that in the hybrid of peer-to-peer and current server architecture. But the current server architecture is a mostly dominant one, and it has its application with regard to with the current server architecture, we have central devices or central computer that is responsible for managing services that end users use. That is the server providing services for end user devices, in this case, our laptops, our tablets, our mobile phones. So with our mobile phones, our laptops, we make requests to the server, and the server in turn responds to the needs. So the current server architecture, we have several devices providing services for end user devices. Now, a central device, in this case, a server, provides an interface to do monitoring, which means before you can access the service of the server, you need to be
identified in terms of the user and the device. So the server provides a Google platform for monitoring, provides a Google point for tracing who has done what on the internet. So in terms of trying to establish what has happened in every environment, you can server and see who has done what, and if there is an incident, we check there. So because we can't server architecture, it becomes easy to hold an organization or an individual responsible for the incident. For example, organizations can be asked to provide information with regard to who has done what, but also organizations can track down who has done what. So the government can ask organization to establish who has done what, but also organizations can drill down to see who has done what. And the organizations all over the world have been complying with that. Licenses for operating in the communication sector are normally issued on the condition that you are able to operate in case of violation of the law of the land. So in the document, and even the coping value, that is what is being happened. Through central devices, which acts as checkpoints, they are able to extract information to see who has done what. Now come 2015 and around 2014, specifically 2015, a mass shooting attack happened in the USA, in St. Bernardino, where 2 people were involved in a mass shooting. 22 people were killed and the others injured. Now, before the law enforcement could intervene, could capture the suspects, the suspect who was using an iPhone attempted to destroy the iPhone. So naturally, the law enforcement in terms of FBI wanted to establish whether the attackers were part of some cells, were cooperating with other people to plan and organize the attacks. Now, the iPhone that was in use by the suspects, by the attackers, was the latest iPhone. And during that time, iPhone was flagging that the encryption is quite secure, that no one can break the encryption mechanism. It was around 2014, leading to the issues of that phone, they were flagging that the encryption mechanism, that even the law enforcement cannot break it. So, FBI, with their very sophisticated labs for forensic investigation, would not extract evidence from the phone. Would not extract evidence from the phone. So they went to Apple, asking them to open the phone for them to be able to extract the evidence. You can imagine 22 people have been killed and the others injured. It is clear all over the world that it's an attack, but yet Apple would not comply with the request from FBI. FBI went to the court to compel Apple to release, to extract evidence, evidence. Apple still resisted, even after the court ruling, which ordered them to extract evidence from the phone. They went to the appeal court. So why was Apple doing that? For me, it feels like Apple was exploiting encryption as a marketing tool. Because prior to 2014, they were cooperating with the government. The government would be sending phones for them to decrypt. In 1 or 2 days, they would respond by providing evidence. And then when the message reaches B without being opened anywhere in between A and B, B can be able to open the message by using his private keys or private. So there is a relationship because that is possible because there is a mathematical relationship between public key of B and the private key of A. Benefits of end-to-end encryption prevents exploitation after data. Data breaches are almost always inevitable. Data breaches are almost always inevitable because of the software and hardware that we use. Most of the time, we don't have control over the operating system that is running, the application that are running there. So, by exploiting some vulnerabilities, data breaches can occur. Now, when it gives you security of data, even of data, people are able to steal your data, but cannot be able to make sense of it because it is hidden by, it is encrypted, and the only person with specific can be able to keep it. Another benefit is enhanced user trust of the service or application. If you are using a service that makes use of encryption, most users would trust the service because again, not many people like the prying eyes of the government, for example, or anyone else for that matter, regardless of whether they engage with crime or not. End-to-end encryption ensures compliance with data protection regulation. If you look at your data protection regulations, they talk of protecting personal data using technological and organizational means. So this will be called technological means. You can be able to protect your data, personal data, by using technological means. It also ensures privacy for the users, among many benefits. There are also some challenges associated with end-to-end encryption, starting with the fact that the metadata is not protected. So metadata is data about data. Issues like who sent the message, who received, when was it sent. Now, those kind of information can be critical because you can look at the pattern. How many times the message has been sent? When was it sent? Who sent it? Who received it? So it is important that end-to-end encryption only protects the content, the message, not information such as the sender, time, and the figures. Another challenge with the end-to-end encryption is compromised and the endpoints can be exploited. So our phones, our end devices runs a lot of applications. Each application is likely to contain some vulnerability. If you look at it, if you consider how software developed, you can understand why applications have vulnerabilities. If you were to write a 50 words, if you were to write a 50 words SMS, most of us would likely make a mistake. Issues like typos or correctness of grammar, even if you're writing in Swahili or in English. Now you can imagine for applications and software where you write millions of lines of code. So it is obvious that all software have some vulnerabilities. Now, if you have lots of software, it means an increased attack vector. It means an increased platform for vulnerabilities to be exploited. So any devices can be compromised. End-to-end encryption will not help in that case. Then another challenge is that end-to-end encryption makes pieces of evidence inaccessible to law enforcement. It means if law enforcement was to get evidence, they have to check the endpoints. They have to contact the receiver or the sender. They cannot do it in between as they have been doing for years, for decades. And they've been doing for decades. Now it makes it difficult with the end-to-end encryption. And sometimes the law enforcement could be interested in evidence because of public concern because of public interest. So that is also a challenge. The other challenge is the user experience sacrifice. Somehow you sacrifice user experience, especially as in the development where we're using phones that are not very resourceful. I mean, they don't have enough computing resources, because the idea of encryption is to come up with a mathematical algorithm so difficult that if you have to solve it, it will take a very long time. So obviously it requires enormous amount of processing power to be able to accommodate encryption. So it introduces things like delay or latency. So somehow we have to compromise user experience. Key management and recovery is an issue. Key management and recovery is an issue. So we say the private key is kept at end user's device. What if a device is lost? Okay, so maybe we should keep a copy at the provider. If you keep a copy at the provider, it means the provider can access our data. So it defeats really the purpose of end-to-end encryption. So keys can be lost because phones can be lost, can be stored. So that is also an issue. But there are also some misconceptions or misunderstandings regarding end-to-end encryption, starting with the desire of law enforcement to have backdoors in devices running end-to-end services. So the idea of that backdoor is that we should, when we are writing an end-to-end application, we should put a loophole that can be used by law enforcement to access evidence from the device. Now, the cybersecurity community believes that it defeats the purpose of end-to-end encryption. They argue that either the keys are readily available or the system is secure. You cannot have secure systems and readily available keys at the same time. So there is that misconception or misunderstanding that you can have a backdoor in end-to-end applications. There is also another notion, which is partly true, that end-to-end encryption is solely used by criminals. If you trace the attacks, major terrorist attacks that happens in Paris, in Munich, I think, they can all be traced back to Signal, Telegram, and WhatsApp. It was observed at some point that ISIS was using extensively the Signal application. So there is that misconception, because this is not entirely true. There are some very legitimate users of end-to-end encryption that can help to safeguard user data. There's also misconception that end-to-end encryption provides complete anonymity. When people are using signals, when they're using end-to-end encrypted WhatsApp, I think they're entirely safe, but that is not the case, because as you observed, metadata is not protected. The metadata is not protected. Also, end-to-end encryption does not provide a perfect protection. As you've noted that compromised endpoints can lead to compromised data. And here are some use cases for real-world use of end-to-end encryption: WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram. For messaging application, there is a drive or a desire by the government to create our own applications because of the desire of the government to control content. For example, adult content. TikTok is creating a lot of chaos, so we want to have control by it. We have to jump through hoops to control what is happening. But what if we have Signal apps that is designed for ourselves, that can accommodate our party and the laws? So maybe there could also be as a implement end-to-end to move forward. For email services, there are email services providing end-to-end encryption, which means you cannot get email content in the provider's end-to-end. This is very critical because there is a lot of eavesdropping that's happening on email. A lot of communication on the internet is using email. And the governments and the other parties are interested in establishing what is happening now. With end-to-end encryption, you can have end-to-end email protection. Cloud storage. Now we are storing a lot of information online. But we are not sure the information that can be extracted from our documents, how they are used. Some may have noticed that when you upload a certain file, only Google Drive, for example, you tend to start getting certain advertisements. Now, we don't know how the information that is extracted from the data is accessed by third parties. So, again, for file services, you can have end-to-end encryption. We can also have end-to-end protection, for example, in the finance sector. They're doing a lot of mobile transactions integrated with banks, integrated with mobile network operators. To what extent are they secure? Can I withdraw money or check my balance from a public Wi-Fi? How safe is that? Is there anyone mandating that mobile financial application should adhere to some encryption standards? So maybe that's something that can be of interest to us. In the health sector, there are also hospitals that are beneficiaries of NHIF services. How do they integrate hospital systems with the NHIF? And we have end-to-end encryption there. I mean, we are sending very sensitive information because everything that you are prescribing to the patient is exchanged with the NHIF. How secure is the transfer of information in between? We understand the hospitals, ICT is not their strong point. They may not have a dedicated person or team for ICT. So who is responsible for continued monitoring? In the education sector, the COVID-19 pandemic taught us that it is time to go to a blended mode where we can combine face-to-face teaching and online teaching, because we cannot be certain that in the future we will always be able to offer face-to-face teaching. Now, with online learning platforms, we may consider having end-to-end encryption to protect the privacy. Same applies for e-commerce and the communication in terms of messaging applications. Next, I talk about the traits of the strong end-to-end encryption. Traits of the strong end-to-end encryption. The first that is very critical is the key length. Key length is very critical. Every encryption algorithm can be broken. Every encryption algorithm should be broken. The ultimate attack is the brute force attack. Now, the brute force attack is where you try every possible combination of the key. For example, if to open our phone, we needed only a single digit instead of the at least four that we use. If we only needed a single digit to open our phone, possible combinations are 0, 1, 2, 3, up to 9. So a person who does not know the key, the pin code, which is a single digit, can merely try by entering 0, it fails, enters 2, it fails, enters 5, it fails, enters 7, it is opens. So that is a brute force, trying every possible combination. So if your phone requires 2 digits to open it, that is 10 times 10 possible keys. because we need 10 for the first position, because they have 10 digits. From 0 to 9, it is 10 digits. So 10 for the first position, 10 for the second position, 10 times 10 is 100. So 100 possible combinations. What does this mean? It means that as you increase the length here increase the number of digits to open, you increase the difficulty of guessing. You increase the difficulty of guessing. So encryption algorithms are not a secret. You may know how the encryption works, how that is encrypted, but it will decrypt by guessing the password. It may take you billions of years. For example, with a key maybe of 1024, of a length of 1024 bits, the number of possible combinations is 2 power 1024. 2 power 1024. That's the number of possible combinations. So there are applications to brute force to guess pins. They are not feasible because they take a very long time. A supercomputer, not your laptop, a supercomputer, a more powerful computer at the moment, to crack a key, it may need 100 billion years, for example. So you can see that is it. So even with the cloud computing, if you can be able to harness the power of all computers in the world, you still cannot be able to break the encryption because of the length. Shorter length is easy to break, longer length difficulty to break. The other is algorithm complexity. This again is also very, very important, algorithm complexity. So the idea of encryption is that we find a mathematical problem that is so difficult to solve. If you are to try to solve it, it will take you a very long time. So the algorithm itself has to be very complex. The algorithm itself has to be very complex. So maybe in terms of guidelines, it could be specifying how long the key should be, what algorithm to use, etc. But also there are cryptographic. Those kind of attacks. The other is key management, how the key is created, shared, and stored. The other is the quality of random number generated. When you're talking about a key, you're essentially talking about a number. Now, a number should be difficult to guess. It should be very random. If it is very random, it's difficult to guess. But if it is a kind of key that if you see maybe 100 keys, you're able to guess another key, then that is not ideal for a strong end-to-end encryption. So next best practices. We need to have effective key generation in management. Some organizations, some tech companies, they say they are not going to store the keys. The disadvantage is that what if a user loses a key because of lost device or destroyed device? You have a central repository of a copy of a key or a private key. What happens if the central repository, let's say by this case, is attacked? Then we need to create awareness to the end users. That's very important because even with the end-to-end encryption, still data compromise can occur. We also need to have robust user authentication. Can we be able to provide a new key to the user once the previous key is lost? We would need to identify the user. The best way to do it is by using multi-factor authentication. Make use of secure transmission protocols. Here, in terms of library and frameworks complying to industry standards. There are lots of libraries and frameworks that are supported by different tools that developers use. They are supported, even the wiki ones are supported. Even the wiki ones are supported. Why? For backward compatibility. Now, most developers are not very good with the security. As a developing country, as an infant, software developing community, we focus more on functionality and overlook security. So it is important that we use standards that are up to date, are relevant in the industry, because frameworks and libraries tend to support even the obsolete ones. Also, encourage the use of transport layer security, that is protocol that encrypts the message. Next, I'll talk about some regulatory concerns. I have learned something from today's presentation regarding these organizations, but I would like to share a little bit my perspective. I understand the PDPC is concerned with the personal data. E-government is concerned with the providing guidelines and standards for public institutions. TCRI seems to apply for both public and private. But if you look at their guidelines and even the laws, they rarely talk about encryption. If you look at the EPOCA, Electronic and Post Communication Act, it talks about encryption in terms of restricting TV services, TV services, because someone maybe has not paid for, have not subscribed for that service. So they're talking encryption in terms of TV and not computer networks. The government provides a very detailed coverage of about encryption. Length to use, and for the case of PDPC, if you look at the regulation, I think they talk of organization using technological and organizational means to protect the data. I think that may be adequate, but maybe with increasing or potentially increasing use of end-to-end encryption, it can be a little bit more specific. But if you look at all of these three, you don't see who is responsible for protection of non-personal data. Non-personal data, it can be data containing information, data that was previously containing personal data. It has been anonymized. Or it can be the kind of data that completely has nothing to do with the people, such as the weather, maybe stock prices. They don't relate to the people directly. Other countries, such as India, are talking of regulating the use of personal data. And maybe TCRI could do more for the private sector in terms of encryption. Some regulatory concerns. We need to have data access for law enforcement. So I'll talk about data access for law enforcement and government surveillance in general, because somehow they are related. The discussion about this tend to be subjective from time to time, depending on what the country is experiencing at that moment. For example, countries that have experienced terror attacks tend to be very supportive of government surveillance. Tend to be very supportive of data access by law enforcement, even in blanket data access. But in countries where they have experienced a long time or a long period of time of peace, they tend to care more about individual privacy. So the idea is that the law enforcement should have access to data. How can it be done in the context of end-to-end encryption? You could keep, for example, a copy of a private key at the provider's infrastructure. For example, WhatsApp would have a server that stores a copy. When they're giving you, generating a key, a public key and a private key for you, they can keep a private key as a copy. It may help when you forget your private key. It may help the government to enforce law when required. Also, it could be in terms of an operating system, a backdoor now, it could be in terms of a backdoor. You see, the FBI has a very sophisticated labs, but it reaches a point where you cannot, your lab cannot help you in any way. Some government could think of restricting the key length, keeping it at a length where they can put force by using the resources. So the government, maybe by using data centers, their computers, they can harness power and try to put force the devices. So you restrict the length, because if you let them use very long length, it means the application they are implementing it could be somehow supporting climate happen. You see, the idea is very subjective, depending on the context that the country is going through at that moment. But there are those avenues. In 2021, India passed the regulation mandating that there should be traceability for all services that various vendors provide on the network. WhatsApp has like 400 million users of WhatsApp in India, so it's a very huge market. They objected to that because as a pointed out earlier, it is more of a marketing ploy for them. Sort of gives them an edge. It gives users a sense that they are secure when they're using WhatsApp. So they objected based on the constitution that if we allow you to trace, if we allow traceability, we are able to trace who has done what. First of all, it's a violation of the constitution because it covers it for the right to privacy. Second, we may be forced to divulge information of the people who are not the original senders of the message. We know on social media, if you post, someone can repost and forward, etc. So they are saying that those people will be implicated even when they are not the original senders. Now, obviously, they come with a lot of excuses, but at the end of the day, they don't really care about privacy from my perspective. They don't really care about privacy. Because you can ask, how does WhatsApp make money? By saying that they actually share it in Facebook, for instance. On the issue of victimizing other people because of forwarding, research indicates that it is impossible to identify the original sender. We just create it or use a tree data structure. The original sender is at the root of the tree. The rest of the people who forward or like it will be the branches, so you can easily trace back to the root. So those in terms of technicalities, there are those provisions. Then next, I talk about the retention of data to allow traceability. Organizations can be asked to keep data for some time, maybe 6 months. But we have to understand with the end-to-end encryption, some organizations, some vendors refuse to keep that. They don't keep any transaction that is going through them on their servers. It therefore means that if you want to evidence, you have to go to any points. And the government can put in place regulations for retention of that, for how long that should be kept, maybe 6 months or a year, etc. Protection of privacy of individuals is important. It is important that whenever we have to extract evidence concerning an individual, at least we seek a court order. Somehow it appears or it is felt that they should be more independent than leaving everything to the police. Then collaboration and engagement with stakeholders is very important. It's very, very important because whatever law that is going to be passed regarding end-to-end encryption in general, it will affect them somehow. So I believe this is context specific. For some countries, they can be very supportive of end-to-end encryption. Other countries not, because of what is experienced. You can understand why countries such as India, for example, it is very strict rules regarding cyber security. Because if you remember, not a while ago, I mean, not a so long ago, they were victims of the Mumbai attacks, terrorist attacks. So that has taught them to be very vigilant. In India, you can track a person in a matter of hours. In a matter of hours. One of the conditions for running an internet cafe is having or storing a camera. For our case here, you can go to the internet cafe, commit a drive, and you can almost go and check it. Because a public place, it is not very difficult to attribute who has done what. So that's why different countries handle this matter different because of their context. For example, even in our case, we have enjoyed a very long period of time without experiencing those terror attacks. But we understand that ISIS is so we understand that we are not very safe because our neighbors are fighting terrorism. There are concerns also regarding incident response, and encryption can make extract measures to be difficult because it is already depleted at any points. So, flexibility of national security and the individual privacy. I think I talked about this a little bit on the previous slides. But I will add that for me personally, I believe that the issue of national security and the balance in individual privacy is very context specific. It will vary from one country to another. It's something that we need to have a dialogue about because we cannot just take solutions from other countries or provisions from other countries and make them ours. So you see a great concern if you look at the developed world. When WhatsApp, I mean, when Facebook, I mean, when the Facebook owner announced it of 2019, announced it of going end-to-end encryption, a lot of European countries were allied because it made it too difficult for them to conduct surveillance. Now, on who are they conducting surveillance? Are our leaders safe? Are our countries safe? Are they conducting surveillance against individuals or all countries in general? So it's also a concern. Why we should embrace end-to-end encryption or encryption in general? Because you see how the way the leaders of technology are armed with encryption and encryption specific. So we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where the developing world and even our neighbors are collecting a lot of information about us simply because we don't have security mechanisms or we don't accommodate encryption standards as we should do. Regarding the only related to national security is the issue of weak encryption. If we talk about a strong encryption, we should also talk about a weak encryption. Weak encryption because of configuration, because of using outdated standards, because of using shorter key lengths, has the implication to national security. For example, one of the implications could be the developed world or our neighbors could be stealing our intellectual property. We find for patent declarers and your neighbors are stealing it. Or finding their patent in their countries. There are allegations of that kind in the developed world that where one country is stealing the patents from labeling countries and filing them in their country, which means the companies are there. Also, it damages reputation. I think it is in the interest of the government to ensure that big companies have their reputation intact. Now, breaches or violation of privacy standards. It's very difficult to tell. It's very difficult to see who is trying to enforce what. Now, we understand private organizations are very critical to nations. You can imagine a situation where a service such as M-Pesa is down for a day. It is a service provided by private companies, yet it is in the interest of the public, interest of the government to ensure that they are running smoothly. We have private critical infrastructure, electricity, for example. How secure are they? If one power plant was to go down, does that not affect our national security? So it is important to ensure that we enforce regular update of security protocols, because there are known vulnerabilities that are in the public domain. If we don't update our systems, anybody can use them to attack our systems. But there are also what we call zero-day vulnerabilities that are previously unknown that can be exploited to attack our systems. So it's important to get regular update of security protocols. To conclude, I'll talk about trends and emerging technology in encryption, end-to-end encryption. I'll talk about quantum computing, quantum resistant cryptography, and the encryption of blockchain in integration of blockchain in encryption. So quantum computing is a computing paradigm that promises enormous computing power. You see, processing power, computing power has been increasing since 1960s. Every year, processing power increases. That's why.
Yes, Dr. Ngondya, if we can wrap up because of time.
Okay. So, quantum computing promises enormous processing power to the extent that what can be executed in 1 billion years can now be executed maybe in hours or in minutes. This means that without new encryption algorithms, quantum computing can break encryption by simply brute forcing all existing encryption standards. It is estimated that by 2030, quantum computers will be able to break all existing encryption. So people are now talking of quantum resistance cryptography, coming up with encryption algorithms that are so difficult to solve to the extent that even a quantum computer will take a long time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ngondya. If we can pressure for him, pressure. Manyonyo. Ngoa. Ready. Thank you so much. I think you got like 5 radis. They are not from Kibuga Hidayah. So don't worry about that. Thank you so much, Dr. Ngondya, for your presentation, which is well informed. Next, we're going to have a presentation from Bobby Wilton from the Internet Society. Robbie is one of those experts in encryption and lots of issues related to encryption, digital security, internet security. Robin, when you come on, please, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yep. Can you hear me? Is my microphone working for you? Can you hear me in the room?
Yeah, we are trying to deal with the volume. I think there is a little problem. We can hear you, but it's not very clear. Let us see what technicians can do.
Okay. Let me just test the microphone again. Let me know if you want me to. Testing.
Yes, I will. Thanks, people. What is up? Huh? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Yeah, can you test your microphone now? We can hear you.
Okay.
Now you can introduce yourself and what do you do with the Internet Society and what you have been doing around issues of security and encryption. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Nazar. If the audio or the video start to create problems, please put something in the chat, and I will try to keep an eye on that so that I'm not continuing to speak with a dodgy microphone. So thank you so much for inviting me to this seminar today. It's a pleasure to be invited, and I'm just sorry that I'm not there in person. I have been in the IT industry for an embarrassingly long time. It's almost 40 years in a couple of months. And much of that time I've been in the IT industry working for vendor companies like IBM, Sun Microsystems, Gartner Group Consulting, and so on. In those roles, I was a systems engineer, I was a security specialist, and also providing technical support, including on encryption products. But for the last 12 years now, I've been at the Internet Society, where I'm working at the intersection of technology and policy making. And that's what makes this seminar so exciting for me, is that you're discussing topics which are exactly at that intersection. What's the effect of technology on policy, and what acceptable effects should policy have on the available technology to users and citizens? So I'm delighted to have this chance to talk to you for a little bit, and I'm hoping to leave time for questions at the end. But if you have questions in the meantime, please raise a hand or put something in the chat. And again, I will try to keep an eye on that as well. So let me first share a screen. Could someone in the room wave a hand if you can see my slide on the screen? I'm not seeing any waving. Can you see a title slide from my presentation?
Yes, Robin, we can.
Okay, thanks, Anna. All right, thank you. Yes, so the theme of this short presentation is on best practices in encryption policy. And in order to cover that theme, I want to discuss two main topics. First, to give you some examples of good practice, and then what I can maybe kindly refer to as counterexamples. In other words, not so good practice. So looking for examples of good practice, I fairly easily found three. And they are these. If you're looking for good practice in encryption policy, I think the starting point must always be a policy approach that is based on respect for fundamental rights. If you look at countries where the balance, as many of the previous speakers have described it, between personal freedom or privacy and security is put into law, those countries ultimately say, well, there is a fundamental right, for example, to privacy. And if you interfere with that right, you must demonstrate that interfering with it is both necessary and proportionate, and that it fulfills a lawful purpose. And as safeguards, those are usually okay, but they still rely on recognition of that underlying fundamental right. If you find yourself in a country that simply doesn't respect fundamental rights, then it's very difficult to frame a law that violates people's privacy and can only be done, can only be used appropriately. It gets very difficult if you don't have that basis of fundamental rights. I'll also talk a little bit about a current project with the Internet Societies chapter a little further to the south of you in Lesotho. Just like Dr. Ngondya before me, I will, if there's time, briefly talk about the threat of quantum cryptanalysis, because actually I think the response to that threat has demonstrated a good approach to encryption-related policy. So let me talk a little bit more detail about that rights-based approach. And several speakers today have acknowledged the fundamental right to personal privacy and therefore to the protection of personal data. And that's correct. But I think it's a mistake to think that privacy is the only fundamental right which engages when we're talking about encryption. And certainly one of the previous speakers also mentioned freedom of expression, and that's true as well. Because if I can't express myself freely because my communications are being surveilled, then I don't have the ability to exercise that fundamental right. And then there are some other rights which are also fundamental, but which are often overlooked in the encryption debate. For example, the right of freedom of access to information, the right to educate yourself by finding sources of information, even if those sources of information aren't necessarily controlled by the authorities in whatever jurisdiction you find yourself. And there are further rights that you can only build if you're building them on top of those other rights to privacy, freedom of expression, freedom of access to information, and so on. And those are the right of individuals to personal development, to education, to self-fulfillment. Now, those all may sound very cuddly and vague, but I think you can easily imagine that if someone cannot speak freely, cannot access information freely, and cannot protect their own information from other parties, it is very difficult for them to develop fully as a person, for them to achieve self-fulfillment, and indeed for them to educate themselves in ways that they are motivated to do so. And I think, again, when I'm looking for examples of good practice in this area, the German constitution stood out because first, it recognizes a right to the protection of your personhood, you as an individual. But more important in this modern digital world, it recognizes that right even when parts of your person are represented in information technology. And I think that's the situation in which we increasingly find ourselves, that actually we express our personalities through things like social media, through things like instant messaging and TikTok and Instagram and email and so on. Our digital personas are increasingly a part of us as individuals. And so I think it's encouraging that the German constitution recognizes that right to the protection of your personhood, even when that persona is taking a digital form. And as I say, in a digital society, that seems to me to be essential. Now, in this second slide on the same theme, I mentioned children, and I mentioned them for two reasons. The first is that in a lot of countries, the encryption debate has been framed mostly in terms of child protection, that encryption somehow provides a safe place for child abuse, and therefore encryption should be restricted, constrained, undermined, and so on. And so that is part of the policy debate that surrounds us. It's part of the context in which we're having this conversation. But I also mention it because children in that debate are often seen as objects of protection. We must protect the children against child abuse, and therefore we must not allow other people, anyone, to hide their activities behind strong encryption. And I'm sure that you will have heard that argument or similar arguments to it from the government and law enforcement perspective. But the second reason I introduce children at this point is because it's important to see them as holders of the full set of rights, not merely a right to be protected, but also the other rights that I've described: rights to personal development, rights to explore their own personality, rights to self-fulfillment, and of course to access to information, to educate themselves, to express themselves. And if we ignore children's rights to those aspects of their lives and simply look at children as something that must be protected, then I think it tends to lead to bad law and bad policy. I guess an analogy here is that if you give your child a bicycle and you give them a safety helmet and you give them a pair of knee pads and a pair of gloves and you push them out into the traffic, you have not really done your job of keeping that child safe. You've given them some technology, but if you haven't taught them how to ride a bike safely, and if you haven't taught them about the risks of traffic, then the technical solutions won't have any effect at all. So similarly, when children go online, it's important that they are educated about the risks and that they have the means to keep themselves safe. And one of those means is the ability to communicate confidentially. There are children and people from at-risk minorities and communities who have only managed to keep themselves safe against persecution, against abuse, against other dangers, because they had secure communication, because they were able to communicate securely to a source of information or guidance or help. And if you take that lifeline away by restricting access to secure communication, then you're not actually serving the interests of children or other at-risk communities and groups. So I want also to build on something else that the other speakers have mostly said, and that is that in the digital age, if you look at the history of encryption, you will see that there's one I haven't put on here. The first uses of encryption were, as I think Dr. Chali said, the first uses were military and governmental. They were to protect, for example, military secrets or to crack the codes of opposing armies. So confidential interactions in the pre-digital age were mostly a government and military monopoly. But as encryption in the digital age made its way into our lives, the first place it did so was in financial transactions. So for example, when I entered the IT industry in the mid-80s, outside America, The only organizations that were allowed by by the US governments to use US encryption technology were governments and banks. So financial transactions were among the first civilian things to be protected by encryption. Then, of course, we entered the age of social media and encrypted messaging and other communications. So here we're talking about encryption being used not to protect transactions, but to protect conversations, to protect the private sphere of your life. And where I think we are now is we've gone a step beyond that. We now are surrounded by connected objects, such as cars, closed-circuit TV systems, the front door locks on some houses and some gates and compounds. And we have the ability to control the physical world through the digital world. Now, this is important in the context of end-to-end encryption. And the reason why is that, for instance, on my phone, I have an app which allows me to lock and unlock my car. Okay, so a control message to lock or unlock the car is going from this device to the cloud to some service operated by the car manufacturer, and then to the vehicle. Now, there's a very good reason why the car manufacturer is in that sequence. Okay, they made the car, they understand what its security mechanisms are. They should route that message to the vehicle. But they should absolutely not be allowed to inspect the message, to change the message, or worse, to create a message themselves, which then goes to my car. It is not okay for the manufacturer to unlock my car unless I send a command saying, unlock the car. So there we have an example of end-to-end encryption, which goes through an intermediary who has a legitimate place in that communication, but they absolutely should not be able to interfere with the message. The control message should go with complete security from my device to my vehicle. If you break that security, you put lives at risk. And it's as simple as that. The digital world can now have a lethal effect in the physical world. And therefore, our physical safety now depends on the security of digital communications, even in end-to-end encrypted situations. So this is a progression. This is not anymore about just securing data, securing information, securing communication. It is now about securing physical objects. But private conversations are still a vital part of this. And I've got a quote here from Paul Nemitz, who is in the European Union's Directorate General for Justice and Home Affairs. For context, DG Justice is the parent body of Europol, the Confederation of European Police Forces. So you would expect someone in that DG to have a strong law enforcement interest. But as Nemitz puts it, if citizens can't have private conversations, ultimately you can't have a functioning democracy. So although we have moved past the stage where encryption is only about conversations or data, and it's now about physical security as well, it is also key to having a functional democracy. That two people should be able to have a confidential conversation with each other, just as they used to by shutting themselves in a room or going into an open field, except that now many of our conversations, perhaps most of our conversations, happen online, happen remotely, and happen through intermediaries. And it's that role of the intermediary that makes end-to-end encryption so important. Okay, so the second topic I wanted to touch on was a project which is currently running several miles to the south of you in Lesotho. And what I loved about this project is it is about encryption. It's about online safety, but it approaches online safety primarily as a social, educational, and a welfare issue, not a technical one. And I think that's correct, because if you have a complex social problem, like online harm or child welfare. I think it's a big mistake.
I think we lost your audio.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me switch to another microphone. Okay, is the audio back now?
We can't hear you.
Okay. Is the audio now? No? Not hearing? Hold on.
Robin, we can hear you from Zoom, but I think the room cannot hear you. But your voice was better before. Now, whatever you changed, your voice sounds deep.
We still can't hear you. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Cloud, is it cloud or?
Yeah, I'm just checking microphones to see if I can change to another one.
Nazar, can you hear me? Just to check that the problem is from Robin, not from Zoom. You can.
Can you hear Hannah?
Can you hear me, Nazar?
Okay,
so I guess the problem is on their end, not from your side, Robin.
Yeah, I'm just typing into the chat. Just going to check. I'll change microphone again just to see. Testing again. Is the microphone working now? Can you hear me in the room? Hannah, you're probably getting worse audio from... Oh, okay. Jolie says that's better on Zoom.
Yeah, we can hear you on Zoom.
Okay. And is that the current mic better than the previous one?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Jolie. All right. Okay. Testing, testing. Nazar, can you hear me okay? You can? Okay, that's interesting because I can't hear you, I'm afraid. Okay, well, look, if you can hear me, I'll carry on. If my audio goes again, please will you wave your hand because I can see you on the room view. Is that okay? Has my audio gone again? Wait, you want to stop? Sorry, my lip reading's not good enough. Could you put it in the chat, please? Okay, fantastic. You'll wave if my audio goes out. All right, thanks so much. Okay, all right. I will carry on a little bit briskly so that we make the most of this. Okay. So again, the Lesotho project, I think, is a very good one because it approaches this as a societal problem to fix, not as a technology. So the lessons that I take, and the Lesotho project is still in progress, it's not finished, but the lessons I take from their approach are: start by assuming that encryption is part of the landscape, because the alternative to that puts so many other things at risk in our digital society. The second lesson I take from it is technology can be a positive and empowering thing. So make the most of that and put it to the service of the children so that they can keep themselves safe, they can educate themselves, and not see them only as objects of protection. And also engage with a full set of stakeholders. And on my next slide, I've got some examples of how young people see privacy. If you talk to young people about how they see their own privacy, you sometimes get a surprisingly nuanced view. So for instance, of course, some of the respondents here said, privacy is about being able to conceal information. Sure, of course it is. Any young girl who has kept a diary knows that privacy is about keeping that diary to herself. And one of the worst things that can happen is someone else finds and reads your diary. We learn that as soon as we learn what a diary is, and yet somehow our online information is supposed to be up for grabs. So yes, it's an ability to conceal information. It's an ability to protect information from others. And that's an interesting one, because that means you want to have a conversation, but you want to have it in a group that you know. And you don't want that group to be infiltrated by someone outside or by someone you don't know. And people see privacy as something that creates a sense of safety and a sense of well-being, and they see it as a right or entitlement. But the sad thing is they don't feel that that's what technology is delivering, at least currently. So I think we can and should do better. Online services and products can be better designed to give children more agency, more control, and to protect their interests as well as their privacy. But banning encryption in that context is not a rational first step. You don't serve your child's interests by never giving them the space to be private somewhere. So the third example of good practice I wanted to touch on was the response to quantum cryptanalysis. And as Dr. Ngondya said, quantum computing is coming. Unfortunately, we don't quite know when it's going to arrive in a sense that genuinely threatens encryption. And it will have some impact on encryption and encrypted data. But again, no one's quite sure exactly how that impact will manifest itself. But the response to that threat has been through open competitions for post-quantum algorithms. It hasn't been for security services to rush off into a dark room, develop something and bring it back to us and say, here you are, trust us, you can use this. It has been open competitions where the candidates for these post-quantum algorithms have been open to inspection and open to challenge. And in fact, some of the algorithms that were thought to be quantum safe have fallen because other researchers were able to find vulnerabilities in them and say, actually, this one is not as safe as you thought. You need to try again. Those competitions give rise to published standards, both in national standards bodies and through the Internet Engineering Task Force, the IETF, in the form of RFCs. And again, that's a healthy situation to be in. When the standards are secret or hidden behind a paywall, they're not open to inspection, they're not open to challenge, and vulnerabilities and weaknesses may persist much longer than they should do. And there's also been open discussion of how you mitigate the risk of quantum analysis, such as, for example, hybrid schemes where you use a currently safe algorithm to sign documents and transactions, but at the same time you use an algorithm that is quantum safe. This gives you protection now, just in case, but it also gives you a migration path because you can sign with both algorithms, but then migrate off the current algorithm as and when it becomes unsafe. And again, that open discussion is necessary because deploying these technologies can take years for banks, financial institutions, mortgage lenders, property registries to actually redo all of their signed digital documents with a quantum safe algorithm is by no means trivial, and it can take significant time. Very quickly, I just want to make sure that we understand the quantum cryptanalysis risk in the correct way. As previous speakers have correctly said, most encryption systems these days use both asymmetric and symmetric encryption. They use asymmetric or public key encryption to exchange keys, and then they use those symmetric keys to encrypt the traffic. And the simple reason for that is that symmetric encryption is much, much faster than public key encryption. But public key encryption is important because it helps you solve the problem of how you distribute keys securely in the first place. Now, each of those systems, symmetric and public key, is based on a different mathematical problem. And the primary threat of quantum cryptanalysis is to public key systems. Now, that has led some people to say, oh, well, that's okay. We don't need to worry so much about the symmetric encryption. All we need to do is double the length of the keys in the symmetric system, and they will be quantum proof. But the point is, you need the public key system to be quantum proof as well, because that's the thing you use to exchange the symmetric keys. So it's no good doubling the length of your symmetric keys if you're still using an insecure, a non-quantum secure public key algorithm to share them in the first place. So it's just to make sure we understand, you do need both algorithms to be quantum safe, because one is used for key distribution and the other one is used for encryption. Okay, so much for 3 examples of where to look for good practice. But I do want to cover some bad policy approaches and some bad technology approaches. I think framing this debate solely in terms of child abuse actually leads to bad law. Child abuse is a viscerally emotive topic, and it's very easy for people to say, oh, well, if undermining encryption saves one child from abuse, then it's worth it. I don't care about my privacy as long as we save one child. That's a tempting argument. But as I said, you can also find examples of children who were only kept safe because their communication was secure. So that's an emotive argument on the other side. We could make that argument in defense of encryption, but we don't, because we would rather that law was made on the basis of dispassionate analysis, not emotive cases, because emotive cases lead to bad law. I think also, and this is where I'm going to be at a slightly different angle to some of the previous speakers, I don't think it's helpful to frame this debate as privacy or security, or, as several speakers have said, finding a balance between the two. The way that I like to phrase it is one that I inherited from a dear colleague, Joe Aladef, who said, it's not enough to look for a balance between privacy and security. You have to optimize for both. And if you take that as a design principle, that you must optimize for both privacy and security, you get different and better outcomes. It's a harder problem, yes, but you get better outcomes. I don't think it's helpful to frame this debate as law enforcement are in danger of, as they've put it, going dark. think of the information that is available now to third parties, including law enforcement. Third parties can access, by default, pretty much all your email, because virtually none of our emails are encrypted. All your web traffic is accessible down to the page that you visited, under a warrant, of course. Your mobile traffic is accessible via the telecommunications carrier. But that also discloses your mobile location. Your vehicle data, your vehicle location is accessible through automatic number plate recognition systems, CCTV, and so on. You, as you go around most towns and cities, are picked up on closed-circuit TV cameras. And that data is held by third parties, and it is, under warrant, accessible to law enforcement. Even your domestic energy consumption, if you have a smart meter, is accessible to your energy provider at a level that can tell them which brand of washing machine you use or what dishwasher you've got. Because each of those appliances has a profile of energy usage, which can be used to identify it. And of course, your energy consumption gives an indication of how many people there are in the house, where they are, and under some circumstances, whether or not they're Muslim, because Muslim people need to get up at sunrise and wash before prayer. So this data is not only huge in volume, it's extremely revealing. Now think about how intrusive a law would have had to be to collect all of that data in a pre-digital age. You would have been opening people's post, tapping their phone, monitoring where they went in their car, filming them as they went around, inspecting their domestic appliances. In a pre-digital age, collecting such data would have been so intrusive that we probably would have rebelled against it. But all that data is available now, and under warrant can be made accessible to law enforcement. So I'm sorry, but I do not accept the argument that law enforcement are going dark. I think that encryption can be an obstacle in some cases of law enforcement, but there is so much other data available, including communications metadata about who you spoke to and when, that I think there are more options open to law enforcement than there have ever been in the past. If you also look at the large-scale law enforcement operations that have succeeded in cases of organized crime, of child abuse, people trafficking, drug trafficking, trafficking in arms, they have all been through infiltration of criminal networks. And once a network is infiltrated, the fact that it encrypts its communications gives it no protection. So my feeling is that law enforcement's efforts should be directed towards large-scale, serious, networked crime, such as child abuse, people trafficking, drug trafficking, arms trade, and so on. But that it should be directed at infiltration, not hoping to achieve the same result by weakening the security on mass market consumer products, such as messaging apps. I think if you look at the data as well, that it's not clear that an increase in encryption leads to an increase in crime. That's not me saying that. That is the Canadian Secret Intelligence Service says it is not clear. It is unclear if increased encryption leads to an increase in crime. That's a national intelligence agency saying that. They also said terrorists distrust Western encryption and instead rely on burner phones, in other words, disposable phones, couriers, or prearranged codes in order to evade surveillance. Well, if terrorists are doing that, weakening encryption for everyone, including us, is not going to solve the problem. And just as an aside, after the San Bernardino shootings, when the FBI did get access to the shooter's iPhone, they found nothing of forensic use on it. There was nothing useful on that phone. And so potentially they could have obliged Apple to compromise the security on an entire system of devices for no law enforcement benefit in that case. Of course, what those shooters had done was they had separate phones, which they disposed of, they destroyed before they did their attack. So actually breaking the encryption on iPhones would have achieved nothing. I'm sure you will have got the impression by now that I think that it is responsible to encrypt our communications and our control messages to connected objects. I think framing encryption as irresponsible also leads to bad policies and bad laws. And I think it's also a mistake if governments use what are genuine threats of terrorism and people trafficking and so on, organized crime, if those are used as a pretext to bring in laws that aren't then used to prosecute those crimes, but are instead used to effect surveillance. So I think it's a mistake to use genuine threats as a pretext for legalizing surveillance. Lastly, I want to just touch on some bad technology approaches. And again, these will look familiar from some of the previous presenters. It is always a bad thing to introduce a systemic vulnerability. That's just, I could have that tattooed on myself because I think it's so important. If you introduce a systemic flaw, and I mean by doing that, a whole class of devices or a product for all the users of that product, if you've introduced a vulnerability of that type, it will be found and it will be exploited by criminals and by hostile governments. And some examples of that are if you insist on having a master key, which was the FBI's request to Apple, if you insist on copies of people's keys being lodged somewhere, they will be attacked, they will be compromised, and people's security will be completely undone. We had a proposal in the UK called Silent Listener or Ghost Protocol. This was a request from a proposal by the intelligence services that in order to detect crime in applications like WhatsApp or Signal, they should have the ability to add someone silently to your group. Well, of course, if they can add someone silently, then a criminal can add themselves silently using the same mechanism. And because the users of that group, the legitimate users, are not notified, they have no way of knowing if that group consists only of them or if it has criminals, hostile foreign governments, or indeed their own country's law enforcement. And therefore, the whole root of trust in that service is completely undermined. And then lastly, I want to touch very quickly on client-side scanning. As we've seen with end-to-end encryption, once a message is encrypted, it doesn't matter how many intermediaries it passes through, only the recipient has the key to decrypt it. And so those intermediaries can't see the contents of the message. Well, some governments have responded to that by saying, oh, well, in that case, we'd like something on the device, please, to look at the contents of that message before it's encrypted. And that's called client-side scanning. It's essentially putting bugs in our pockets or putting a man in the middle to attack your communications. And again, once that capability is known to exist, it will be found, it will be opened by criminals, by hostile governments, and therefore, actually, it will make law enforcement's long-term job much harder because criminals and foreign hostile governments will be exploiting it. So those are some bad policy and bad technology approaches which I would encourage you to challenge and to avoid and to find other workarounds to address these problems. I've made a list of some reference materials. I won't read them all out to you here, but they will be included in the slide set which I distribute to you. And you're welcome to follow up through those informative papers, but also to email me with any questions or comments you may have. I've put my email address there, and I've also put my Signal ID because I like to use end-to-end encrypted messaging too. So with that, I'm conscious that I've probably gone a little bit over time. I'm very happy to take questions if people have questions. So over to you. And then we'll have to figure out how you ask the questions if the mic in the room isn't working. So I'm.
Thank you so much, Robin. Thank you very much. And we are going to put some questions on the video if there are any, and probably you can answer them.
Sure. Actually, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You only cannot hear me.
Oh.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah. Don't touch the microphone. Oh no.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Good.
If there is any question in the room, please just raise your hand. You can have a question, a comment, or you can just say thank you to Robin for his presentation. That would be very enough. Anybody? You have a question from Dr. Ngondya.
So there is an argument that Coca-Cola has been able to keep their secret formula for ingredients for a very long time. Why should it be difficult to keep a master key?
Another question? I like another question will be from me, and it is not a question really. It is just your approach to the balancing act, where it is not privacy versus the what the law enforcement, for example, is doing, but making sure we balance and ensure both are elevated for the security. I think the approach is wonderful. I think it is one of those things that I noted from your presentation, that it is key not to be to have that, like the factions, another group being for the law enforcement and another group being for the privacy and all these other areas. I think it is very important to elevate both, to make sure that personal privacy and personal freedoms and all those are protected, and also the national security is also ensured for all. I think it is one of those things that I learned from your presentation, and it is wonderful. Jolie cannot hear me. I don't know why, but can you hear me, Robin?
Yep. Yeah, that microphone's working really nicely.
I think you can go ahead and answer Dr. Ngondya's intervention.
Sure, and yes, that's a good one. So the question was, there are certainly master keys out there that seem to have been kept perfectly safe for a very long time. So what's the problem with asking for master keys? So I think the first question is, how many master keys are we talking about that have actually been kept safe? Because even governments have occasionally lost quite important keys. So it's a matter of, so that there's a principle here, which is minimize the attack surface. If you don't want something to be vulnerable to attack, try not to have it. If you do have it, have as little of it as possible. when you start to do things like ask a manufacturer to create a master key for a whole class of devices, you then have a choice. Do you ask them to create one master key for everything? A Lord of the Rings scenario, one key to rule them all. In which case, they only have to protect one thing, but if it's compromised, you're in big trouble because you've compromised everything. So what has typically happened with key management systems is you compartmentalize keys. And rather than having one master key, you have multiple master keys, such that compromising one of those keys only compromises one set of devices or one set of applications. But in doing that, you've multiplied the number of things you have to protect. So you've changed the equation. Now you've got less exposure if one of those keys is compromised, but you've got more things to manage and keep safe. So it's always a trade-off. But the point about keys, master keys for law enforcement access is you have to assume that criminals and other governments know that those keys exist. Because presumably they exist because of a legal power that has been established. And if that's written in the law, then you know that this thing is there somewhere for you to find. And so the second principle, apart from minimizing the attack surface, the second principle is you have to try and establish the work factor it would take to get that key back, to break that key. And work factor is usually, like as I think you said, it is usually measured in terms of how long would it take a supercomputer to break this? Well, okay, if you want to protect your master key from me, you don't need much protection. If you want to protect it from an entire government throwing its national resources at finding that key, then you need really good protection. And so the threat here, especially if that was the master key for an entire manufacturer's set of mobile devices, imagine the value of that to a hostile country. They would be prepared to spend almost anything to get that back. So there are some good reasons in principle not to indulge, not to create systems that require keys to be lodged with law enforcement, or indeed master keys to be created. But it's a tough one. It's always a compromise and a balance. So I think, so coming to Nazar's question, how would I approach that matter of the balance, or as I described it, actually optimizing for both privacy and security? And here's my wish list. If I get to go to the wishing tree and hang my wish on it, it is this. You accept that encryption is part of the landscape, and you give people the ability to communicate confidentially with each other at a distance, even if that communication passes through intermediaries. In other words, you allow end-to-end encryption and you don't try and mess with it. But then you look at the other parts of the law enforcement picture. So, for example, reporting illegal content in end-to-end encrypted messaging systems. If someone sends me illegal content and it's encrypted while it's in transit, but my client app on my mobile device opens it, what can I do at the moment? Is there a button that says, report this content, it's probably illegal? If there isn't, there should be. Because if I can't report it, how is law enforcement supposed to get that information? If there is a button and I press it and say, look, someone sent me this image, I didn't ask for it, I think it's illegal, please, law enforcement, do something about it. Does law enforcement have the capacity to follow that up? Do they have the ability to prosecute? Because what we found in the UK was that as the number of end-to-end encrypted messaging apps went up over the last 10 years or so, you would expect that means less and less information is available to law enforcement, and therefore arrest rates for illegal images should drop off. But they don't. They stay pretty much the same. The rate is constant. So what that tells me is, if there is an obstacle to law enforcement of illegal image exchange, it's not end-to-end encryption, it's something else. And I think the top candidate is resourcing of police enforcement. I suspect that police capability to get information off devices, even to find the right cable to plug into a phone, or to follow up on suspected criminal activity, is the real constraint here, not the occasional encounter with end-to-end encrypted material. So I want people to look at the whole picture, not just focus tunnel vision on, we must break encryption because we can't see that content. Look at all the other data that's available. Make sure that police have the resources and the capability and the technical skills to use that data. Apply artificial intelligence to the sorting of forensic data. So many cases we've had in the UK, for example, where police actually had information that would have solved a crime, but they had so much of it, they couldn't actually find the pieces they needed. So use that huge amount of metadata, open emails, location data that you can get. All of that stuff is available without breaking encryption and could be used if the capacity was there and the tools were there. And finally, educate people about illegal usage, how to keep themselves safe, and how to report things that shouldn't be happening. And when they press that button, make sure there's something on the other end of it.
Thank you so much, Robin Wilton from Internet Society Tanzania chapter, for a very informative presentation and for clarity on the issues of encryption and how to actually balance, how to ensure that people are not on the fence in terms of, designing and implementing policies on encryption. I think that is very key. And like I said at the beginning, these discussions on encryption are meant to inform and inform and inform, so we can have better discussions with our policymakers on what they can be able to do on ground zero. So I think when we call upon you to do another presentation on the subject, we hope you will not tire of our call to to participate. So we thank you so much. And since we are running out of time, because it is almost 4:30, we would like to thank you and Hannah for participating in this informative session. And we also thank all the other participants from various organizations, Ministry of ICT, members of Parliament. We have people from Law Reform Commission, Personal Data Protection. We are full house, and we are very thankful for them to be able to attend this one. And our position is that we need to make sure that our policymakers are very well informed on key issues that will continuously revolutionize and evolve our internet to be a better tool for everyone. So I thank you so much. And with that said, I invite Dr. I don't know if there is there anyone who would like to say something? Even a note of thank you, you're welcome to thank all of us for attending.
Asante sana. Thank you.
To just declare our seminar, closed, and we look forward to seeing all of you in the room. I know you must be very tired at this moment. Since morning, you have been around, taking information and for discussion. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you in our next seminars, whether it is on encryption or internet governance. We're looking forward to roll out a number of seminars also on internet governance. And I would like to welcome each one of you to our platform, learning platform. If you could write down www.internetsociety.org/learning. We have plenty of free courses that you can subscribe. As I said, with people online, I would like to say thank you for attending our seminar, and we look forward to future interaction. Thank you so much. Thank you.